Acting simultaneously on the island of Katorga 12. This is a Russian island, and throughout the game, you're shifting from the 1950s, when the land was held by the Soviets, to modern day, where a slew of people have been converted into wild beasts. Stalin had initially sought out the island to protect against the potential dangers of the US holding nuclear power, and on Katorga 12, he located a powerful element known as E99. This is the typical funny Power Ranger element that's similar to unobtainium in Avatar, or literally any shonen series with energy. Yes, the geniuses behind Avatar named their fictional element unobtainium. I couldn't make this up if I tried. Viktor Borisov takes over the island and continues exploring the uses of the element, Khrushchev's reign only furthering its development. The tests go haywire. Everyone on the island is now dead, remnants of a once prosperous era. Fast forwarding to 2010, with the US growing suspicious of what could be lurking on the island, they authorize a reconnaissance mission. This game was developed by Raven Software, a subsidiary of Activision, in 2010, who were not doing too well at the time of its release. The previous year, they had released Wolfenstein, which was given decent reviews, but overall, the game had underperformed. This forced the company to collapse to only one team as opposed to the likely 4 that were there prior. In between the release of Wolfenstein and Singularity, around 70 to 75 staff members were let go, causing the game to be delayed. It bears noting that this company now works on COD and is doing very well, but the period of time between 2009 and 2011 were rough on them, to say the least. Because of delays and insider qualms, the game's sales couldn't even break 400,000. Far lower than what the company had expected, or at least that's what would be assumed upon first glance. Despite the story being heavily praised for both its uniqueness and sheer level of creativity, Activision refused to fully create a marketing campaign for the game. The reason it was dead upon arrival is because it technically didn't arrive in the first place, as no one knew of its release. If a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, does it make noise? It's almost as if the company wanted it to fail, something wildly confusing for what should be a smash hit game. In fact, I thought this game was so good and up the alley of one of my military friends that I forced him to play it with us both on call. Clips from that will be interspersed throughout this video because we had a great time. And at this point, you begin.
Do you see that? That building in the distance?
I do. I didn't know there was anything around here. Especially after everything went haywire with the Soviets.
It's been a while since we've seen any civilization. Hey, how much food do we have left anyway?
Not much. Maybe a few days.
Then we should head over. But take your gun out just to be safe.
I don't know, man. We're in such a bad place right now.
Worst case scenario, you take another life. Another one to the tally.
I can't keep doing this.
Yeah. Well, maybe we have to.
Damn it.
Freeze! Put your hands up!
What the hell is that? On the desk, next to you.
If you don't answer, we'll shoot! Don't fucking move! Who the fuck are you?
Let me tell you a story.
Don't go on. I actually go on hard again.
Yeah, why would I not go on hard? I was having a great time. I'm
Dude,
not a
realized
loser.
When I won.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, I fucking skipped it. Shit.
The game fades from the white screen to reveal you're in a helicopter. A man on a radio notifying you that you're entering Russian airspace. You continue forth, gradually furthering yourself to the island of Katorga 12.
My boy Delvin over here.
Evelyn, you cannot read. You are actually.
Shut up,
dyslexic.
dude. I'm not.
You're dyslexic.
No, I'm not.
Going past an enormous statue of a hand holding a sickle when a bright sphere of light emerges from the sea. You wake up only to see the debris of the helicopter burning. But hey, at least you've made it to the island. One thing I find to be slightly annoying is that this game, much like any other game of this nature, will visually tell you when it's saving. This may not be a problem, although it's certainly an immersion breaker. Every time there's a substantial fight or cutscene about to load, there will be an audio cue that plays, epic music abruptly sounding. Gameplay-wise, this helped me mentally prepare for whatever fight was about to take place as a non-gamer, but it also took away some of the unexpectedness of it. The first sign that there's something off, besides the fact that everything's on fire, is that a dead man in front of you, covered in flame, will abruptly disappear, signaling to the player that there's a supernatural element to what's happened. Moving forward, you find a note next to a microphone that states,
"The death of Dr. Demishev in the fire had far worse results than anyone expected. We had hoped Dr. Borisov would be allowed to continue with our research, but we just received word that Moscow has deemed our work to be too dangerous. Any further study into E99 is being discontinued, and all personnel are to be removed from the island. Katorga 12 will be completely shut down. All of our work will be lost."
Using the microphone also reveals a bit more information, hinting at how the conditions of the people who lived here had been.
Welcome to Katorga 12. All first-time arrivals must report to registration. All those who have previously registered are free to enter through the north gate.
On the ground before you is a stim pack, something that will become absurdly useful for fights later, especially considering that I haven't a clue what I'm doing. There will be points when boss fights just suddenly become harder, and you'll be forced to manage your health carefully. Off the beaten path a little is a health pack, absurdly more useful than a stim pack. It's hard to never have enough health packs, since the game provides so many, though what's difficult is actually spending the time to regenerate health. The number of them you will have will never be a problem. The problem is the number of enemies swarming you at any given time, allowing you no time to put a bandage on your arm for a wound that's on your leg. I love video game logic. An example of the sheer quantity of them this early is by looking in the little compartment behind the microphone and note, holding luggage that contains a stim pack. Furthermore, up the hill, another health pack can be seen. Completely superfluous, but perfectly illustrates my point and applies to the rest of the game. A man on the radio contacts you, exclaiming how awful the situation you've been brought into is. This man's name is Devlin, the same person sitting in front of you on the helicopter, and he'll soon be your companion.
This is Devlin 4-1. We were hit, goddammit, I repeat! We were hit!
Titan 1 actual here. What's your status, Captain?
We got punched out. Copter's down and we're scattered. Don't know how many KIAs yet. Over.
Satellite's got you about 30 clicks south of a radio tower. Get your team there, Captain. We're pulling you out.
Understood, sir. Spartan team, if you copy. Switch your comm gear to TAC 3. Meet up at the rally point.
You're ordered to meet Devlin at the rendezvous point, a radio tower by Titan 1, an unknown commander on the comms.
I can't read that.
Rendezvous?
Entering the building up the hill, it becomes disturbingly evident how much Soviet influence has taken over the island, though it obviously makes sense. In the center of it, there's a statue of Stalin's head, banners washing over the walls above. To the front left, another note is shown on a small barrier, reading,
"As people arrive from the boat, they no doubt have a great many questions, but you must explain that there is no time to waste. Move quickly and without hesitation to the list of prepared questions. Once you have filled out the form fully, move the newcomer on to the next station. There are always a great many people to process, and the faster you work, the faster everyone will finish their job."
We get more information on this to the back left, the first instance of a projector being shown, depicting how life is on Katorga 12.
the world and keep our way of life safe from those who seek to do us harm. Soviet scientists have discovered the answer to our hopes and dreams, the element E99. E99 is a rare element only found on Katorga 12. There are many different ways to help the efforts of Mother Russia here on Katorga 12. Your families will live well on the island, and your children will attend schools offering the very best Russian education. Scientific research is the largest division on the island, advancing agriculture, industry, medicine, and the military. Processing E99 is an important part of the island's function, creating the metal, gas, and other forms of E99 we use every day. A strong military presence is important on Katorga 12 to ensure the safety of the island. A workforce that will make every Russian proud is the backbone of the island. From the rail yard to the docks, every worker supports the motherland. All of your contributions will go towards achieving the ultimate goals of our work here on Katorga 12. We must stand as one against the forces of the West. You are the lucky ones selected for service on Katorga 12. We have moved your family for your convenience. We must now stand together for Mother Russia.
Those who were given the privilege to move to the island are illustrated as powerful and as a genuine threat against the US with the usage of E99. It's seen as this miracle element, helping them with everyday tasks around the island. This clearly isn't the case since the island is abandoned, but this propaganda was most likely designed to give the workers and families that came to the island a false sense of hope. They were working on something big. They were working on protecting themselves, their families, and the entirety of their country from the US, or any others in the opposition. Anyone who's given this opportunity is represented as exceedingly lucky, something very ironic in modern day, 2010. This function of using the projector is used primarily for exposition on the backstory of the island. Throughout the game, you progressively get more information, allowing you to piece the story together as it goes along. They give you a lot of details as it begins, so every instance of a projector, notes, and recordings are used to fill in the gaps of the smaller details. On the right side, to the front, there's an audio recording, claiming that the number of scientists on Katorga 12 have dwindled, and that Dr. Borisov will soon take over.
The influx of new scientists and technicians to Katorga 12 has dwindled to nothing. Rumor has it that Dr. Borisov might become the new head of Katorga 12, but I doubt Moscow has much confidence in him. If only Dr. Demichev hadn't died in the fire.
He wishes that Demichev hadn't died in the fire he had, as his confidence in Borisov is low. There are many ways the story is conveyed, and there are occasionally warnings on the walls, but they're mainly with vague threats or assistance you've already probably figured out. Hint hint, nudge nudge. This leaves, more often than not, the story to be illustrated through audio. The projectors are fine since they offer proper narration, but the radio and recordings, not so much. They have this vintage effect and are quieter than you'd expect, making it difficult to hear. This does offer some immersion in the gameplay, forcing you to crouch near it to hear it fully audibly, but is more of an inconvenience. This becomes less of an issue later, but the problem persists with the noise levels surrounding these. If there is external noise, hearing the recordings becomes tough. As you continue through the building, planks of wood cut you off, acting as a tutorial into combat and the basic mechanics of movement. You're told by Devlin to rally at the base of the tower.
By some miracle, you're alive and hearing this. Rally at the base of the radio tower we passed over before we got bounced. SNR's running carpool from there. Double time it. Move!
And then something peculiar happens.
Help! Help! For the love of God, please! Let me out!
This happens periodically throughout the game, but this initial occurrence comes out of left field. A man begging for his life as the screen turns white, a distortion effect covering the window. You have this unique ability to shift in and out of the past, although it can't be controlled. This is called a chrono echo. What happened just then is that you went into the past right as the E99 project went haywire. This is a man moments before turning into something subhuman, something beyond your character's previous comprehension. You go down the hallway, using the door ahead, and immediately see an explosion of light, similar to the one seen before when the helicopter dove onto the island. An orb comes at you, expanding until it encapsulates all around as you stick your hands up in defense. A similar EMP. October 26th, 1955. This is the date where everything went off the rails. The whole building, titled the Workers' District, is engulfed in flames. There are people below you, coughing and aiding each other and escaping these treacherous conditions. You run through the halls, watching as fireballs erupt from the walls beside you. The ceiling above you collapses, destroying a section of the floor in front of you, a man falling and grasping for his life. You grab his hand, pulling him up and putting him on your shoulder since he is unable to stand up. You become noticeably slower, continuing to navigate, even seeing a man drenched in flames falling before you. As you attempt to navigate your way amongst the flame, if you're attuned, you'll notice that someone is calling out your name before planks fall on them. His audio is drowned out by the sounds of people screaming, your walking, and the general sounds of fire. This is a key detail that I will get into much later. You eventually find your way out, placing the person next to the statue of Stalin. Another character walks over, identifying the man as Demichev. He states to the other man that you saved him before time goes back to present day, 2010, and the statue changes. It is now of Nikolai Demichev, the man you saved.
No way, he's 29, dude. Come on.
Dude, he has gray hair.
He's not 29.
He's not 29.
Looks like Eddie Burback.
And now, what the fuck?
This proves that you both altered history, meaning that Demichev was supposed to die, and that after he was saved, he went on to be pivotally important to the Soviets. There's a map of the island before you go through the doorway, essentially highlighting the progression of the game. It names every key location that you will eventually go to throughout the playthrough. Not super useful now, but it's interesting to hear how the scientists describe the facilities.
You are here. The village area contains the civilian docks, where new personnel first arrive on Katorga 12. It is home to many of the inhabitants of the island and features a school that offers the best in Russian education. The research laboratories are where scientific investigation is done into the potential uses of E99. Some of the areas of experimentation include weapons development, crop regeneration, and medical research, as well as chronology investigation. The rail line is where vast amounts of supplies and research materials are moved across the island. It also serves as the main transportation of raw E99 ore. The industrial docks are where supplies are brought in from the mainland. Hundreds of tons of equipment and material are offloaded here every day. The processing facilities are where E99 ore is purified and enriched. In order to protect the civilian population from any potential radioactivity, security is very high. Once construction is completed, the tower will be home to the Borisov reactor. This powerful device will generate a singularity, an event horizon that will provide the Soviet Union with unlimited energy that is both clean and safe.
Below it, there's also a slightly different audio recording to the one depicted earlier.
The influx of new scientists and technicians to Katorga 12 has increased tenfold since Dr. Demichev went to Moscow. His presentation of our work must have been very successful. Additional facilities are being built, and our research funds continue to grow. And to think, only 4 weeks ago, Dr. Demichev almost died in that fire. Whoever saved him did us all a huge favor.
You are the problem. You are the reason Stalin is no longer in power. How could you?
No! I am so sorry. Fuck!
There's some changed propaganda and another statue through the doorway, and located below is an item called E99 technology. The description states that, Quote, many experiments on Katorga 12 use the power of E99, and this leftover technology can be used to create upgrades. You can purchase upgrades once you've found someone that understands the E99 technology. From this, you can probably discern that this is how you'll upgrade your weapons when the tough enemies come sometime later. An audio recording outside says that the Singularity had exploded and that the radiation from that has begun to spread.
I don't know how much time I have, so I'll make this quick. The Singularity exploded about 2 hours ago, killing hundreds of people. But spreading radiation is also having effects. It's mutating humans into violent monsters, and they feed on human flesh. I have to get out of here before they find me.
The radiation has converted people into monsters, which will become the main enemies of the game. Right as the recording ends, Devlin contacts you, practically begging for someone to respond to him because he's losing it.
Titan 1 actual. Copy. For fuck's sake, someone copy back! Copy back and tell me things look a little south of normal, because I'm officially freaking out!
The music is starting to build, the atmosphere getting visibly and audibly tenser.
Okay, eyes forward. Keep to the original directive. Continue to the radio tower.
Another note is shown, building the history of Katorga 12 even further. It reads,
Dear Mr. and Mrs. Mohikovich, your son Jacob has continually been disruptive in class. He mocks me in front of the other students and refuses to keep his hat off during class. His crude behavior will not be tolerated. If this continues, he will be expelled from school, or worse. Miss Kozlov.
Not everything was going according to plan. You can tell Devlin is genuinely afraid, less by his tone of voice and more so the frequency at which he contacts you. In some luggage and further in the house, you can find a health pack and more E99 technology, indicating that a fight is about to start.
When Kasha returned from the lab, she told me she wasn't feeling well because she had come in contact with an E99 solution. I offered to take her to the doctor, but she refused, saying they might terminate her. She begged me to keep quiet about it and let the sickness run its course. But then she became violent, so I chained her door shut. From the terrible sounds I've heard coming from there, I can't even bear to look in on her anymore.
You turn on an audio recording, watching as a ball comes down the stairs, a rift in time.
If anyone should find this recording, please. Our children are hiding in a room at the top of the stairs. They only have a limited amount of food and water and won't be able to last for much longer. Please. They're so scared.
I curse the day we came to Katorga 12. Yuri is working himself to death in the labs. I keep asking him what's so important that he can't come home and sleep. But he tells me he cannot talk about his work. We would both be punished.
This is us watching as a family slowly destroys itself to aid their island. A husband who's overworked, a wife who's concerned for her family, and a son who's failing school. Katorga 12 is nothing like what it was supposed to be. The image of perfection perfectly juxtaposes what actually happened before or after the Singularity blew up. Nearing the top of the stairs lays another note, allowing us further information about this family.
Me and my family. My daddy works at the big process plant here in Katorga. He came home yesterday and said his back hurt. When he woke up, he had something on his back. Mommy screamed, "By Max!"
You can also find an obstructed staircase that holds another note.
Dear Svetlana, my darling daughter, how are things going with you? Things are going fairly well here. Your father and I are a little worried about you, though. We never should have let you go to that island. There are rumors that, and not just there, but there was even something about it in the newspaper, but it was on the last page and made out to be nothing. If what they say is true, it sounds like the government is, but all they say is... Anyway, I hope I'm just being silly. Write back and tell me you're okay. All my love, Mom.
There's more E99 technology and a locked room. The screen tells you to find a gun. There are a few bullets and a Centurion at the end of the room. This gun has a weapon capacity of 6 and a total capacity of 24, being able to shoot down lockpicks. The gun is, quote, a single-shot revolver that fires a powerful E99 bullet. This weapon does a very high amount of damage, but has an extremely low rate of fire. By low rate of fire, they mean it takes 2 seconds to reload. Though 2 seconds isn't a lot of time, this genuinely becomes an issue when a horde of enemies attack. Luckily, this gun is basically useless on any part beside this initial stretch. You get better weapons very, very quickly, and can ditch this almost immediately. You use the gun to shoot the lockpick down, opening the door when the world starts glitching. A creature appears in front of you from the past, veiled in a blue aura, looking through something on your right. This is Kasha. This is what she'd turn into. This is the beast that you'll soon be facing.
Where's the baby, though? Did he take the baby?
That's what you're concerned about? There's no baby?
He took the fucking baby!
Yeah, he took the baby. He's like a monster.
Shut the fuck up. Can I, like, kick it around now? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god! I'm stuck! Holy shit, I'm stuck!
Crouching under the exposed pipes, this happens.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus fucking Christ. Get off me!
Your health, which already was nearing half, is cut down by multiple clawings from the monster. These are called mutants, and they're one of the easiest enemies in the game. Put simply, they're humans who were exposed to radiation from the E99, transforming them into gargantuan abominations. They are weak, slow, and able to be killed with a single headshot. The game does a good job of providing you all the resources you need in these early sections. The next encounter comes with a warning. The mutant visibly attacking the back of a pickup truck. There are 2 here, which you can effortlessly kill. Devlin contacts you again, clearly indicating that he's come in proximity to a mutant.
Titan 1, if you're receiving, I'm in what looks like a school, and there's some guy... Holy mother!
Near the side of the playground is another note, stating,
A message from Dr. E99. Hello, children. This is Dr. E99 reminding you to practice safe playing. Play is crucial to your health and well-being, but you must remember to be careful, as there are many things on Katorga 12 that can be dangerous to you and others. Dr. E99.
Walking into the school, you see more E99 tech and a health pack behind a locked locker. The time shifts to the past, showing 4 kids talking to each other. Suddenly, the door bursts open and a mutant walks through, terrifying the children and sending you back to the present. Once it's killed, you walk into the bathroom, finding a note on the wall and an audio recording on the ground. The note reads,
A message from Dr. E99. Hello, children. Please remember to wash your hands after using the restroom. Practicing personal hygiene is very important for the health and well-being of yourself and others. You wouldn't want to upset your parents by catching or spreading an infectious disease. Dr. E99.
A young girl is audible in the recording, discussing the explosion.
Help me. There were sirens, and there was explosion. Miss Barsukova screamed and ran out of the classroom, and she left us there, all alone. I am hiding in the restroom, and everyone's screaming and panicking outside. I don't know what to do. Please, help!
At this point, I'd like to mention the score, blaring as soon as combat initiates. The soundtrack for the game was composed by Charlie Klauser and Michael Wandmacher. I hope I pronounced those correctly. There's heavy usage of stereo sound, keeping you alert and giving the impression that danger is lurking from all around. Many of the sounds heard sound rather technological, for a lack of a better term. The soundtrack acts as more of a reflection of the time traveling rather than the specific time periods. Emphasis on the 1950s and 2010s is done more so through diegetic sound, such as projectors and film archives.
Under Dr. Demishev's orders, we have begun using assigned seating in the cafeteria, as well as assigned meals. I've had several teachers and students complain about this, but I've been told by Demishev to say nothing, and that is exactly what I'll do.
This, in its essence, is indicative of the entirety of the island, gradually falling to ruin without any of the higher-ups saying a word. The aforementioned cafeteria is draped with banners holding propaganda, showing visuals of what looks to be polar bears. One of the notes near the kitchen even reads that they're silently experimenting on children, regardless of what the effects are. If news were to get out of this conduct, they'd most likely play it off as a necessity to win against the US. But it doesn't stop there. Another note, this time from a teacher, states that they're feeling unwell, asking for another peer to take over for them.
If anyone is available to substitute for me tomorrow, that would be greatly appreciated. I seem to have caught something and will not be in. Thank you, Mr. Marazzo.
Everyone is being experimented on. No one is exempt from this treatment.
Kitchen staff, please place 1 ounce of this powder in each student's food who sit at table 1. It is an experimental enhancer which is completely safe. Thank you, Principal.
Navigating further in leads you to an audio recording, a woman skeptical of whether the equipment Demichev is installing in the schools are safe or not.
Dr. Demichev has told us the equipment they're installing at the school is safe, but I'm worried. I have a friend who works at one of the animal testing labs, and he told me E99 mutates living flesh. How could they expose the children to something like that?
It's depressing to see the students' reactions to things going haywire on the island. It's likely that their parents dragged them there without any input from them. The ones depicted here, as seen in the following note, are clearly too young to understand what's happening, let alone comprehend their own demise.
Oleg the bear likes ice creams. My Oleg the bear picture won a prize. Now the man who liked it said he will use it on their ice creams. I got free ice creams and we went to visit the factory where they make the treats. Mr. Demichev came to see us and asked about Oleg's collar in my drawing. I said I made it up, but I saw it on a man's hand when I was waiting for Mama to finish her papers at the labs. It was glowy, and it looks good on Oleg. Ivan.
Ducking under a pipe, you're flashed back in a chrono echo to a teacher frantically telling her students to hide under their desks. Sounds of a mutant bellowing from the background. This mutant could either be one of the students or teachers. It's difficult to discern because it affects them all the same. There are multiple notes in this room, one on the floor and one in a desk. By the way, the number of notes significantly decreases in later sections, so don't worry if this seems like a lot.
I'm not sure what the principal is up to, but ever since they began assigned seating during lunch, several students have gotten sick. Some violently. Later tonight, I'm going to inspect the kitchen to see what we've been feeding the children. If anything is abnormal about it, I'll let Dr. Demichev know. He'll set things right. This is my first day at school. My family just moved to the island last week. I was afraid to leave all my friends behind, but Papa tells me I will make new friends. He won't tell us what he's working on at his new job, but insists it will help us, and I can get the puppy I asked for. We watched a film about Dr. E99 in class today. I wonder if Papa's working with Dr. E99 at his new job. Natalia Rose.
More propaganda, this time in the form of a projector illustrating the importance of their mascot, Dr. E99, in helping the Soviet Union prevail. In this, it's revealed that the power of E99 was fabled to create more bountiful harvests, cure sickness, and even turn back time on aging. It wasn't only to be used as a weapon. It was to be used as the main factor in turning the Soviet Union into a world superpower.
This is our good friend Dr. E99. He's our answer to the growing menace of the United States. You see, America created the atomic bomb, a powerful weapon they've used twice now on large cities. But thanks to a recent discovery, we control something much more powerful. We control the might of E99. E99 is a rare element that can only be found deep underground here on Katorga 12. A base was built on this island to study it. You see, our scientists think that someday they will be able to use E99 to accomplish some pretty amazing things. Like taking barren farmland and making it productive again. Or taking a sick man and making him a super soldier. They even hope to be able to turn back the clock on old citizens and make them young again. The might of E99 means we no longer need to fear America's atomic power. The possibilities for E99 seem endless. Who knows? With its help, we may soon be able to travel through time itself. But whatever its uses, we can sleep soundly, knowing that E99 will protect us from the evils of the West and make the Soviet Union a safe and dominant superpower.
Back to the schooling, a recording from a young girl remarks that she cannot sit with her friends and is forced to be in a single file line. This is most likely because, if they were to be unorganized, the principal may lose track of which students are being experimented on.
I don't understand why I can't be with my friends during lunch. They make us all sit at assigned tables and force us to eat the food they put in front of us. We can't trade with anyone. Not that I feel like eating much. My stomach has been hurting a lot lately.
You move forward into the library, dropping through the floor and fighting off one of the mutants who seemed to be attacking the bookshelves for some reason. Perhaps he needed a good read?
Oh, excuse me, I don't like that. Dude, come on! Come on! Dude! Okay, there we go. Can I kick their heads around like footballs? No.
Entering the vent below, and you find several bodies, presumably hiding from the mutants during the initial rampage.
There has been another event, this one much worse than the last. It has exceeded Borisov's threshold. We are securing the facility, and then we will make our way down the hill. We must leave Katorga 12 at once.
Judging from the recording in there, it seems that, once hell did break loose, they had a change of heart and knew everyone had to evacuate. Even the soldiers, the ones who had maintained order throughout this all, had fallen, providing you with a weapon, the AR-9 Valkyrie. The description states that it's the, quote, primary assault rifle of the USSR. The name means chooser of the slain, and the weapon is a lethal combination of firepower, range, and accuracy. This is not true, actually. It's an AK-47. See, this is why you get your military friends to play the funny Soviet game. The AK-47, or Avtomat Kalashnikov, is the most famous assault rifle ever created. It fires, I don't even know how to read this, 7.62 by 39 millimeter using a gas operating system. It can fire in a single burst or automatic fire. It was designed and prototyped in 1946 to 1948 by Mikhail Kalashnikov, a former Red Army tanker in World War II with a background in machine engineering. It would be adopted by the USSR in 1949 and would serve in every war since the Hungarian Revolution in 1956. The weapon was designed to be cheap, reliable, and rugged. Over 75 million have been produced, although the real number produced and the number of variants and copies is undoubtedly exponentially higher. The AK would go on to serve with distinction in every hand it was placed in, so much so that Mozambique even placed the AK on its flag. Its variants are still in service today with the Russian military. It's kind of remarkable the sheer amount of information relayed in this game. It's not the most realistic in this sense, meaning that I doubt anyone's leaving all these notes behind, with the exception of some of the ones coming from the upcoming facility. I also doubt that someone left a note with this information on the gun. This game really wants you to understand its story. This will die off eventually, but these early moments really push the narrative on you. What's ironic about this is how the enemies are implemented, fundamentally contradicting the in-your-face nature of the storytelling, though this will change in later stages. A lot of times the mutants will simply appear in front of you, forcing you to scramble to defend yourself. Though you will have enough ammo to defend yourself, it is scary seeing them just kind of pop out of nowhere. On the bright side, you've finally completed your objective, making contact with Devlin. He holds the door as the mutants burst through the window. He eventually decides that the best option is to open the door, him taking left, you taking right.
Oh, well I took left. Wait, no. I took right. I don't know the difference. Comes with the dyslexia.
Once they've been killed, you're free to exit the school, seeing a massive beam of light coming from out of view into the clouds above. Exploring the area a little bit will provide you with more loot before you enter the building ahead. As well as this, in one of the derelict buildings rests another audio recording discussing the evacuation.
People are gathering at the gate to the docks. Word is spreading that there isn't enough room on the guard boats. If only we still had the peril.
Ironically, in this building, the projector that's shown regards safety, of all things.
We should at least be able to hear the Titan when broadcasting. Search and rescue teams better be on their friggin' way right now.
Would very much like to stop it, and it's our job to make sure we stay safe. Once again, Dr. E99 will be helping us today as we talk about safety. Katorga 12 is a great place to live. There are plenty of fun places for you and all your friends to play. But there are also dangers on the island, and if you want to do your part to help on Katorga 12, you'll pay attention and avoid these areas. For example, there are many new buildings and roadways under construction. These are very hazardous places for children. And of course, there are the important experiments we're doing with E99. He's our friend, but we have to be careful around him sometimes. Look at little Ivan with his dog. It's important he pays attention to the signs. Uh-oh. It looks like Ivan's dog got into something he shouldn't have. That would be a real shame if Ivan got too close to the processing plant. So don't let this happen to you. Remember that safety here on Katorga 12 is everyone's responsibility. And of course, the most important thing to remember, something we should never forget. And of course, it's possible because of Nikolai Demichev.
Devlin guides you into the next room. To your left, a Russian soldier has fallen victim to the mutants, leaving behind a Volk S4, stating, quote, "This auto-loading shotgun is built to deliver massive damage for close-range tactical combat. The early points of this game are not known for their difficulty, but this will change, just you wait, offering you a plethora of weapons to choose from. This also allows you to leave the Centurion behind, because there's no reason to use it. I mean, you get ammo for it later on, but like, why? Then, this happens."
Do you mind if I, like, vacuum right now?
No. Oh my god, holy shit.
Completely out of nowhere, another one shooting in from the side and slamming Devlin to the ground. You quickly shoot it off, leading to him closing the door. There's a loud pounding on the door after Devlin closes it, an abrupt reminder that the mutants have surrounded you by this point.
I don't know how loud this is gonna be.
It's probably gonna be really fucking loud.
You help him push the shelf in front of it, a claw slamming through. You kill it with ease, but these scenes act as an indication that there will be very limited downtime. They can come out at any moment. There are gargantuan swarms of them in the next room, both of you taking a side.
I kind of want to move my cat before I do that.
I'm sorry, kid. I'm sorry. Oh my god, you're assaulting your fucking cat in the background. Just getting assaulted.
No, I'm moving him.
Okay.
How audible is that?
I can't hear it at all.
Really?
Yeah, but I also can't really hear you now, but it's fine. Oh, fuck!
When you finish killing them off, it seems like you can make it to Devlin, though the floor drops from under you, sending you into the sewage below. 2 mutants waiting for you. The action does not stop, even for a moment. After Devlin pulls you up, the following door is locked, coercing you into navigating the surroundings. Climbing up a ladder ahead of you is what looks like a dead mutant. However, it quickly springs to life and swipes at you. You open the door from the inside, letting Devlin follow. From the window, the radio tower is visible, your one hope for escaping the island. Radio recording down below discusses how far the infection has reached, how bleak their lives have become.
They've reached the docks, but the boats have all left. There was no more room. The guards claim they will return. I fear another event. A much larger, much worse one, however. I saw the readings. I fear the worst. There is no sign of Nadia.
This room also contains a bunch of scattered supplies that may be of use a little bit later. It's building your expectations in these early moments, leading you to believe that there are more threats than there really are, while simultaneously world building. While not particularly innovative, it does what it needs to do very well. You're ordered by Devlin to find the switch that opens the gate, scouring the area. You eventually locate a vent that leads to a control room, though are shifted back in time to see one of the operators being dragged by a mutant, screaming for his life. The audio recording for this gets into specifics.
People are saying that many of the guard boats left empty. They have abandoned us. Katorga 12 is doomed, and it appears they wish to bury their mistake.
Though this isn't where the switch is, it does provide you with a few more resources. Rather, the switch is located above on the outskirts of the area.
Day 83. Alexei is still hoarding food and trading it for favors from the women if they have nothing else. We're starving, and that little bastard is locked away in his tunnel, mocking us all. The other men and I are planning on giving him a surprise, though. Max found a loose grate leading to the steam tunnels. We'll see who's laughing tonight. Day 84. Alexei has been dealt with. The traitor. We left him alive, but after the beating Isaac gave him, we doubt he will live long. We have the supplies now. Day 85. Alexei's cries have stopped. If he has passed, we will remove his body and take a shelter. The rains have set in. Day 89. The food is mostly gone. Oleg and Isaac are dead. They tried to make off with more than their share, and we had to deal with them. No one can sleep in Alexei's shelter. They claim to hear his cries and see echoes of what we did to him.
But before you can keep moving, your path is thwarted by more mutants. However, you're given a new weapon, the Kasimov SNV E99. This gun works a little differently, as the name would suggest. Given the power of E99, the gun has the ability to slow the time of objects. The literal description reads, quote, "This variant is a modified semi-automatic sniper rifle. The precision optics make it perfect for long-range combat, but unreliable in close quarters."
Day 93. The other work group has left for the interior of the island to look for food. 11 of us are left now. Old Isla wandered off in the night. We have not seen him since. Day 94. Zax attacked in the night. Only 6 of us made it to the shelter. The rats are harder to catch, and there are fewer to find now. Day 105. My leg is broken. Anya is sleeping now. Noises outside the shelter last night. God help us, for men surely have not.
It's Saturday! Mama came back and she's going to make me macaroni. Then we are going to go home on the pearl. I can't wait to...
Don't you be quiet. Give me that.
But Papa, I want to talk about Mama.
Please, child, it's after dark. You know we have to be quiet after dark, right? Remember the rules? We play hide and seek at night, remember? Now give me the recorder.
But Papa...
Nadia, please, you have to be quiet. They will hear us. You must be quiet.
Mama was being quiet and they got her.
Shh! Oh God! Run, Nadia! Run!
Papa...
This is the point in the game where new mechanics appear that make it unique gameplay-wise instead of exclusively with the story. The power to warp time and adjust it to your liking are what makes this game innovative and a breath of fresh air for 2010. Since you're not in close combat with the mutants, they don't pose much of a threat at all, allowing you to enter the next area with ease. But before you're able to do that, something flying in the air is visible. A helicopter, and not one flown by US soldiers. They don't spot you moving forward, landing behind you in the area you've just cleared.
That was like explosive.
There's no way you almost killed yourself, just like that.
It's gonna be a no-death run. Watch.
No death run?
No death run. I'm gonna die like 8 times here.
Sincerely doubt that, yeah.
Another audio recording is visible, and playing it reveals the gravity of the aftermath of everything going wrong.
People have turned on the guards. Many are dead. Most of the others have fled deeper into the island. I must find my Nadia.
Luckily, the place you both hide is filled with ammunition, both positive and negative, considering this is a clear indication of an ensuing fight. You're also provided with something new, a box titled Weapon Upgrade, with the description, quote, "You have found a rare piece of weapon upgrade technology. Use a weapon locker to upgrade your weapons." I love how it nearly sounds excited for you, a complete contrast to the atmosphere of the game. There's also a weapon locker here, so you can immediately take advantage of that. One of the positives of the weapon locker is how it gives you a comprehensive look into how all of the guns operate, providing information regarding their accuracy, damage, and range. All things that are useful in any FPS. In this locker, you can get a clip upgrade, increasing the ammunition capacity, quick reload, or higher damage. By this point, you should have 2 pieces of weapon tech, allowing you to potentially max out a single one of these areas on a specific gun. Devlin attempts to make contact with Titan 1 to no avail, only static and the occasional Russian intel, until this happens.
Does anything work on this goddamn island?
Of course not. This place has been abandoned for nearly 50 years. At least, it was supposed to be.
Who the hell is this?
He informs us that the island was meant to be abandoned, thus clearly causing problems. A vehicle pulls over outside of the base and the mission flashes above you, defending the radio tower. Though the soldiers coming out are fairly harmless, kinda, considering you holding Kazimov and them being so far away. The helicopter from earlier takes aim through the windows, forcing you to duck and hide. More soldiers drop down, and you're entirely swarmed by enemies.
Dude, how many can fit in that fucking car? Holy shit, it's a clown car!
Missiles begin shooting at the base, and you have to fall back, bullets flying and the sounds of Russians in the distance echoing. You're going down, following Devlin, when the door next to you swings open and you're knocked unconscious by the back of a gun. You wake to this. Fortunately enough, Devlin speaks for you. Unfortunately, the Geneva Conventions are completely ignored. Devlin tries to reason with this unknown force, requesting to speak to someone from the embassy.
This guy looks like a fucking jackass. Look at the cape.
He mentions something about a TMD, which will be brought up again later. Then, yeah.
We are officers in the United States military. I want to talk to someone in our embassy.
I think you'll find that impossible for a number of reasons.
Our embassy, right now!
That's better. How is it you haven't aged a day in 50 years?
The soldiers are shot at, and you're abruptly contacted by someone named Catherine, navigating you through all of the chaos.
Straight through the doorway. Just follow the open doors.
Soviets shooting around you, explosions, all with her guidance to keep you safe. And finally, you're with her.
This way.
The guy just yelling through the door.
This offers you a brief intermission from all the action. As such, let's discuss history for a bit.
What the fuck?
Joseph Stalin had ruled the Soviet Union with an iron fist from 1924 until his death in 1953. Under Stalin was a cult of personality which formed around him, promoting him as the great leader of the Soviet peoples, and so on and so forth. His reign was characterized by intense paranoia and mass purges of anyone who was deemed a traitor or a threat. He used the NKVD and its sibling agencies as his personal hit squads and began making lists of random people who would be rounded up every night to keep his population in line, regardless of loyalty. When he died in 1953, a power vacuum emerged between members of his cabinet. To oversimplify it, 2 factions emerged, the hardline Stalinists and the moderates, at least for the USSR. The hardliners held power immediately following Stalin's death, using his direct successor, Georgy Malenkov, as their puppet. Malenkov was a weak leader, leaving the door open for his successor, Nikita Khrushchev, a more moderate force to oust him from power and become the de facto leader of the USSR. By 1955, the moderates under Khrushchev were nearing complete consolidation of power, as this was prior to the 1956 secret speech. Essentially, by the game, there are 2 factions, very simplified, and the moderates are more powerful. In terms of the military, this was the height of the Cold War. The Iron Curtain had separated Europe for a decade by this point, and the world tension was continuing to rise. Nuclear tests were frequent on both sides. In 1949, the Soviets got an A-bomb, and in 1955, they got an H-bomb. The Soviets attaining the H-bomb was a major ramp-up in the Cold War on top of the Warsaw Pact being founded in 1955. The Warsaw Pact was the Soviet equivalent to NATO. Based on these trends, the discovery of a new element, as the game depicts, would have had different effects in a multiverse of sorts. Number one, the hardliners control it and use it to wrestle control with Khrushchev and return to a Stalin-type environment. This is the most unlikely scenario, as by this time Khrushchev is ahead of essentially absolute dominance of party politics. 2. Khrushchev was known for being an incredible showman and loved to flaunt Soviet supremacy, and would therefore weaponize it and make its potential known quickly through a series of indirect actions, as the Soviets did with the MiG-25. Option 2 would either lead to an even colder war, hint hint nudge nudge, which would either last longer, prevent the collapse of the Soviets depending on how impactful the element is, or lead to the Cold War going hot somewhere down the line. Though this is the realistic outcome, the game fiddles with the truth a bit at moments. One of my friends wrote this for me to give the illusion I know more about history than I actually do. Just pretend I'm the one who actually wrote this. Thank you. With Soviets shouting in the background, Catherine orders you to move into the following room, stating that she's from an organization titled Mir 12. She opens a computer, telling you that the information it's giving you will fill you in on everything you missed during these 50 years. What's fun about this is that these videos used to be online as an advertising campaign for the game itself. Though the website has since been shut down, you can find re-uploads of them with bonus content discussing the extent of Mir 12 on a channel named Mir 12 Truth. It's an interesting form of advertisement that, as stated at the very beginning of the video, unfortunately didn't amount to anything. The video makes it clear that the government had also been hiding the existence of the island, and the program running the island was led by Dr. Viktor Borisov and Nikolai Demichev. Demichev later became the Chancellor of Russia. He continued the Cold War, winning it with the technology found on the island, the game showing us documents regarding these two figures. Once Demichev succeeds in his pursuit of world domination, he becomes the leader of the new world government. He's known as ruthless and brutal, as detailed in the news article, though specifically how he reached this level of power is unknown. All the intel the opposition has is in a detailed journal following research and development in Moscow between January and December of 1954. However, not many answers are properly given. The building you saw in the distance prior to being caught and shortly after the helicopter touched down with the massive beam of light is explained, it being named the Singularity. Mir 12 believes that the only possible method of figuring out what the Singularity is by utilizing you, Renko, and discovering why you've been stuck on this island for 50 years and still have yet to age. Regardless, Mir 12 is here to aid you on your mission.
We are Mir 12. Our mission is to reveal the truth that's been hidden from the entire world. In the 1950s, a military research base was built on the island of Katorga 12. To this day, the government denies its existence. That is a lie. According to top-secret documents we've uncovered, the base was the site of research involving the mineral E99. The E99 research program was headed by two men. Dr. Viktor Borisov, a top researcher in the field of quantum physics. He didn't live to see the outcome of his work. Reports say he was killed in an unexplained laboratory accident. This man stepped in to lead the program after Borisov's death. He went on to lead Russia in a war for world domination. A war won using superpowered weaponry developed at Katorga 12. Today, we know him as Chancellor Nikolai Demichev, leader of the world government. The events surrounding Demichev's rise to power are still a mystery. Our organization is in possession of a journal that claims Demichev is a fraud. It raises many questions about Katorga 12. What happened there to put Chancellor Demichev in power? What could have caused so much destruction and taken so many lives? Evidence points to this structure on Katorga 12, the Singularity. What is the Singularity? The journal claims one man will lead us to the answers. His name is Captain Nathaniel Renko. It is our mission to locate Captain Renko and help him achieve his goal. We are Mere 12. We will reveal the truth.
According to Catherine, there's a secret vault located somewhere on the island created by one of the scientists stated earlier, Dr. Beresov. She'll fend off the Soviets and what sounds like mutants, giving you time to dive into the water. Once out, you find dozens upon dozens of soldiers, all strung across the ground and floor, as if someone had been toying with them for a while. But above you is a creature unlike the others. This is a Zek, boasting the ability to teleport in a manner much like Nightcrawler from X-Men. He disappears promptly, allowing you to scavenge the area while keeping you on your toes. Zek, in Russian, about translates to, quote, prisoner, fitting with all the imagery of the cages near them, and how they boast a jumpsuit. The fact that they do disappear makes them a genuine threat, especially with them appearing in hordes. You walk up and find a weapon locker, a weapon upgrade, and a note that states,
Attention. To all paper and supply personnel, we will be converting over to ore storage and shipment as of next week. Positions and pay will remain the same. Dated September 1st, 1953. Supply Warden Smirnov.
The weapon locker, and I mean this wholeheartedly, should only be used to upgrade the Valkyrie, as any other gun is essentially, useless. They can be used, though they simply lack the effectiveness that the Valkyrie holds. This is prior to E99 becoming of the level of importance it was later, highlighting the gradual changes to the island once it was discovered. Ore storage definitely refers to the storage of E99 and further demonstrates the lack of improvement to the people's lives who had lived here. Even with this new job that sounds more difficult, their pay will still remain the same. On a side note, you've managed to rack up a decent repertoire of weaponry considering how early this is in the game. Once you're complete with that, you're brought to an open area, seeing a number of Zeks. Shooting at them will do virtually nothing. They'll react slightly, but it won't mean anything, and they'll disappear all the same. The next room has scientists running for their lives, not knowing how to deal with these beasts. A chrono echo. At the end of the hall, you can see one of their corpses being eaten by the Zek before he teleports away. This platform you're on has been heavily barred with fencing, the scientists most likely believing this would be better protection than it ended up being. As another mode of displaying how destructive the Singularity was, or rather, continues to be, the following audio recording states that a group of scientists lost 9 men to the Zeks locating them.
There were 12 of us. We sought shelter in the nearby warehouse when the Singularity exploded. But then those things found us. There are only 3 of us left now. We have to get off this island.
One thing that bothers me a bit is how the annihilation caused by the Singularity is limited to only that of mutants that have arisen because of it, and less because of the human-on-human conflict that could have been created. I'm using mutants as an all-encompassing term. Though they aren't all mutants, they all are mutants. You know what I mean? You get it. If something this awful happens, there's sure to be violence that comes out of it, despite the creatures. Though every note or audio up until this point has purely been referencing how cataclysmic coming into contact with the mutants or Zeks is. This, from a writing standpoint, could be to make them seem more powerful than they actually are. Even on the highest difficulty, no enemy on its own is that hard to beat. The swarms are a problem, but not them individually. There's all this lore that's being built that doesn't quite fit the reality of the situation. This might be a nitpick though, because from a world-building standpoint, these are fantastic additions.
Princess! A rapidly intensifying storm system has found an equilibrium.
You can progress a bit further before being met with another note and audio recording. You can tell that this game is very dense with exposition from the sheer number of notes presented to you, which is positive from a gameplay standpoint, since you can glance at them and keep going, but they make my job as an analyst kind of difficult. Really puts you in the 50s, where this was essentially the only mode of communication. Moving forth, there's a chessboard with a note that reads,
Checkmate. Knight defends rook, but bishop takes king. Sorry, Pavel.
This note is marginally different from the others since it acts, presumably, as twofold. Firstly, to indicate how people on the island were spending their final moments alive, knowing that their demise was to come soon. This note juxtaposes other notes and audio recordings that illustrate these feelings of deep, intense fear. Rather, Pavel and the individual he's playing against are ignorant of the problem. Secondly, it could be marginally metaphorical, as chess frequently is. If I had to guess who the knight, rook, bishop, and king are, I'd make an argument that the king is Demichev, or maybe Borisov, the knight is Catherine, and you are either the rook or bishop, but that still leaves the positions open, so I'm unsure who that's supposed to be. I'd be curious to hear other perspectives on this. It turns out that this audio recording was created by the same individual as before.
We've either lost the monsters or they grew bored with us. We're safe for now. Pavel twisted his ankle and we fear it is broken. We'll rest here for tonight. As luck would have it, our little haven has a chess set and a stash of vodka. All the comforts of home.
Stating that the monsters have now lost him. The door corresponding to this room is locked, requiring you to shoot through it, revealing a variety of statues and a Zek dropping down on you. This area has been heavily propagandized, a large building to your left having a hammer and sickle flag draping from their roofs. A chrono echo plays, portraying a group of men running into the aforementioned building. This acts as seemingly where you need to go, while still revealing to the player that this area will be infested, as these men clearly did not survive the circumstance they'd been placed in. If you try to open the door, a cutscene plays, a Zek grabbing your arm before closing the door ahead of you. This acts as a tripwire of sorts, causing a bunch of enemies to immediately spawn behind you. None of the AI for these enemies is particularly advanced, but having them disappear at random intervals is definitely more of a threat than the past mutants, especially considering that they can teleport to your location. Where you're actually meant to go is to the left of this large building, an enclosed area with electricity spraying from its entrance that the Zeks have now opened for you.
Yes.
Wait, Hydra was founded by Nick Fury?
No.
I
Nuh-uh.
just Googled it. Nick Fury, yeah. Wait, what?
The fuck?
I'm sorry, I'm getting so excited.
There's not much happening.
I'm fascinated.
If you go up the stairs and across the pathway, more Zeks will begin to climb up that you need to execute, but it'll all be worth it for the Valkyrie ammo given to you at the end. Up until this point, it's been almost entirely Centurion ammo, which doesn't quite matter to you now. Having this area here should tell you what the weakness of the Zeks are. Electricity. This is what was lining the entrance to this area, and what lines this closed-off area. You are then contacted by Catherine, telling you that the vault you're searching for contains something called the TMD, or Time Manipulation Device, created by Dr. Borisov.
The vault you're searching for contains a device called the TMD. It was invented by Dr. Borisov, one of the scientists who worked here in the 50s.
A chrono echo plays, having men scrambling at the end of their lives. A man shoots his two comrades before apologizing and placing the gun to his own head, only for it to click and be out of ammo. He panics, and the vision ends. Zeks can be heard from all around, attempting to crawl into this room. The room beside where these men died has another note, a secretary questioning whether the number of soldiers and scientists coming to the island is a positive or negative thing.
There has been an influx of personnel, soldiers, and scientists. They must be onto something big. Anna, a friend who works in administration, says they have been working double time to keep up with data input and file storage. I guess that's a good thing, right? Dated August 2nd, 1953. Alina Kozlov, Research Laboratory Secretary.
This, of course, is dated to show that her assessment of the situation is far off from when things went haywire.
Ow, stop. Okay.
Look like little babies.
Whoa!
You know?
They're a little blue guy.
Have you seen a big baby?
What?
Here, look at this child. Look at how massive he is.
Ah!
Yeah, okay, wait, the article says... This is on BuzzFeed News, by the way.
Oh, God.
No, wait, he's 3 years old and 43 inches.
It's gonna be like 10
That's crazy. No, his mom is 5'8", and his dad is 5'10". What?
This room contains a switch you must pull, and a vent that you're meant to duck into, a locker within it providing you with more E99. This will then open a door in the room where the chrono echo took place, guiding you into the heart of the research facility. numerous Zeks guarded behind the windows. Catherine, once more, contacts you about how to progress in this area.
According to the Mir 12 journal, there's a hidden entrance in this building that leads to the vault. Find it.
The game prompts you with what cryotanks are, stating that, quote, cryotanks will freeze anyone nearby, damage frozen enemies to shatter them before they thaw out. This is the point in the game where combat starts to get far more interesting than it had been prior. A point-and-shoot moving into something more strategic. The correct way to utilize the cryotanks is to shoot them before you drop down onto the floor below. Shooting them will cause the Zeks to freeze, and even the ones that are out of range won't move despite the sound. However, once you start shooting at the Zeks directly, assuming they've yet to be frozen, they will either try to attack you or sprint up the walls for cover. There are also the same canisters as before in the game that explode, and the Zeks will launch these at you if you don't eliminate all of them before dropping. Luckily, going across the room will reveal a ton of supplies, including ammo, health packs, and more E99. The following room has what looks like the main area of the research facility, a chrono echo showing a man going into one of the tanks in the back of the room. This area contains a ton of recordings and notes, so I'll go through them in order. The first audio recording starts by stating the effects of the E99 on muscle tissue before devolving into Demichev taking over this facility and wanting to deal with Dr. Borisov, asking his soldiers to retrieve the, quote, device, which can be presumed to be the TMD.
The test subject's increase in muscle tissue density can only be attributed to the E99 isotopes that were...
This facility is under lockdown.
What? Are you crazy? What is the meaning of this?
There has been a security breach. Come with me.
Who gave you the authority to do this?
I did.
You Dr. Demichev. You know that Dr. Borisov will not stand for...
I will take care of Dr. Borisov. He's a traitor to Mother Russia. You two, round them up and find the device. You know where it is? Tell me.
Demichev will rot in hell before I tell you anything!
If you want to stay alive, you will do as you are told.
Demichev is wasting his time if he thinks thugs like you can cover up the truth!
There's a note nearby that claims that rats are being experimented on, and that these findings need to be reported to the Comrade of Human Research, which can be assumed to be the reason as to why Demichev is now at odds with Borisov.
The rats are responding to the E99 injections. Lean mass, strength, and hypertrophy are off the charts. I need to report this to the Comrade of Human Research, as this has possible human applications. Dated December 2nd, 1953. Research Specialist Marie Chekhov.
Another recording holds the findings of Dr. Borisov, saying that E99 could be powerful enough to change time itself.
This is the work log of Dr. Viktor Borisov. My suspicions that E99 could alter time are proving true. In our last experiment, a corn seed grew to maturity in just 3 days. The implications are staggering. Dr. Demichev has urged me to test E99's effects on humans. I, of course, refused.
Demichev wants to experiment with this possibility on humans, but Borisov doesn't believe that would be the right course of action. This room serves to truly portray Demichev as ruthless, beyond just your experience. Once you've completed your digging as the player, you can enter the tube, which turns out to be an elevator down into some sort of cavern. There are stairs that lead you lower into the cave, with strange plants shooting beams from the walls. If you're to come in contact with them, they will explode slightly, and you will take damage, though this can be remedied by simply shooting them at their source. At the bottom of the stairs is another note, another work log belonging to Borisov.
January 14th, 1953. Work log of Dr. Viktor Borisov. Workmen discovered a cavern full of E99 deposits below my lab the other day. This would explain why our readings were off. I'm having it sealed off to try to insulate our work from its effects.
This, seemingly, from the note, is where Beresov centralized most of his findings, as this cavern is very discreet and has enough E99 to suffice for his experiments, especially with the looming threat of Demichev essentially hunting him down. And from the audio recording upstairs, these workmen of his are incredibly loyal. If you move further into the cave, even larger versions of the plants before are shown to your right. By a crate is another note, discussing the plants.
Some of the plants have absorbed the E99 properties. Perhaps they can be affected by the device as well. Dated March 3rd, 1955. Dr. Beresov.
This is foreshadowing for the fact that, yes, you will be able to alter the roots of these plants with the device. Even more so than the room upstairs, this cavern contains many, and I mean many, notes. The layout of it is somewhat irrelevant because of the sheer level of exposition given to you. This portion of the game, specifically the research facility, is the most dense with exposition, which can be seen as either, a positive or negative thing depending on how engaged you are in the game. If you're a sucker for lore dumps, then this is perfect for you. But, in my opinion, they're overly reliant on telling you everything you need to know. And it makes sense, since there aren't many people remaining on the island at either times you're allotted, besides the bare essentials. However, I don't love media that's purely expository. Feels like I'm watching an anime fight scene where they're explaining their abilities, because of course they are. The notes of this section are as follows. 1. Claiming that Beresov is being left to his own devices, and that this is beneficial for his experiments.
The cave has abundant ore, and the miners left some equipment. I should be able to conduct experiments without distraction. Dated October 30th, 1954. Dr. Beresov.
Another note saying the E99 functions with the TMD.
This canister created with E99 infused metal seems to respond with the device. Dated January 6th, 1955. Dr. Beresov.
A third claiming a prototype has been made.
The prototype is completed. A quite clunky, large beast it is. I need a more elegant solution. But for now, this is fine. Dr. Victor Beresov.
And a final one, saying that the TMD has been hidden, indicating to the player that it's in a disjoined location, though near you.
Success! I have managed to create a time manipulation device in a form smaller than my original prototype. Now, to lock it away where Dr. Demichev cannot find it. Dr. Victor Beresov.
There's a film archive in this room that you can look through. This has footage of what the prototype of the TMD looks like, and its effect on a simple container, reverting back to its original, non-crushed state. He voices that he's working on trying to get the TMD to work on objects that are not infused with E99.
Greetings, esteemed colleagues and members of the Politburo. My name is Dr. Victor Beresov, and I am head of research for Katorga 12. Investigation into E99 is proving more fruitful than I had dared hope. The most recent discovery is that the element can be used to change the time state of items. This is test trial 143 of the time manipulation device, or TMD as it is more commonly referred to. As you can see, the TMD is able to revert items to their original state, or rapidly age them. Care must be taken not to point the device at a living creature. The effect is very unpleasant. I have already begun working on a smaller version of the device. Unfortunately, the TMD will only work on objects that are imbued with E99. I am making great strides in my research and will continue to do so. To communist victory!
Even before finding the device, you can discern that he failed in his experimentation. If the TMD had been capable of working on objects that are not infused with E99, that would make you practically invincible. You can also use the TMD in this area to read the first instance of a chrononote, which simply says,
"Find Beresov."
There are also 2 instances of chalkboards that have been destroyed, forcing you to try to find the TMD and bring them back. You open up the large door and proceed down the hallway. At the end of the hallway, in the vault, is a circular glass, almost globe-like structure, connected to 2 beams that you must put your hand in. Robotic arms create the time manipulation device around your hand, energy shooting from it. Once it's secured on your arm, you fire a beam from it, causing the room to effectively collapse onto itself. The game rewards you with the text, you've acquired the time manipulation device. Lovely addition, game. The room destroying provides you with a use for the device, utilizing it to make the debris fall back in line with its original position on the walls. When you're out of the vault, the game tells you about your impulse ability, stating, quote, Impulse replaces your melee attack with a more powerful burst of E99 energy.
Now go to your corner and fucking cry like, oh, see, ninja, please.
This acts as another attack for you to use, beside merely firing your gun. Having the TMD will allow you to view the contents of the two chalkboards. One has information regarding the TMD and its base appearance, and the other has the new and improved version of it. When reverting objects back to their original state, specifically the stairs up to where you came from, the game will prompt you once more with information, this time about TMD energy, saying, quote, TMD energy regenerates slowly. Aging objects uses a minimal amount of energy. Aging organisms, such as soldiers or creatures, has a large E99 energy cost, indicating that you will be able to use this ability during combat. Catherine contacts you once more, offering the objective of going back to 1955 and stopping Demichev from killing Borisov.
Oh, Renko, I've got you on the GPS. For all our sakes, I hope you got the TMD. You must use it to go back to 1955 and stop Demichev from killing Borisov. He is the only one who knows how to restore history to the way it's supposed to be.
This interjection would lead you to believe that there's more time travel in this game than there actually is. Time travel can get very messy very quickly, but this game tends to avoid that and only work on things that can be changed in a vacuum, such as small objects that won't manipulate the timeline greatly. You know, besides you know what I mean. You can navigate around, occasionally finding loot while reverting objects, specifically the stairs, back to their original states. Once you enter the elevator back up, Catherine will tell you that, in the following room, there should be a rift or a tear in space-time, offering an explanation for what that glowing thing was on the left side of the room before.
You should be coming upon a rip in time. They formed when the Singularity exploded, and the island is dotted with them.
The game informs you about this more, stating, quote, Time rifts, combined with the TMD, allow you to travel back in time. Rifts are small openings in the time-space continuum, created using large quantities of E99. You can now use the TMD on the rift and go back in time. The room now appears clean and practically brand new. The game informing you of a new ability called chronopings, which reveal, quote, nearby chrono footsteps that help you on your way. These can be used as a guide when where you're supposed to go is marginally unclear, which is kind of never... it's not never, it's just rare, I guess. There's never really a point in the game where I was dumbfounded on where to go because the maps don't allow for much deviation, particularly with this area. There's like 2 exceptions later on, but I'll get to those when I get to them. Regardless, when you're brought back to the 50s, you can hear gunshots from the room beside you where the Zeks have been. It can be inferred that the Zeks that were there were once soldiers. Once you go up the catwalk, it becomes clear that there's a conflict between the scientists of this laboratory and the soldiers sent by Demichev, each loyal to their corresponding leaders. You have to kill the soldiers to let the scientists roam free, then retreating back to the room behind them. If you move further on the catwalk, a door will burst open, a scientist getting shot and falling from the ledge before a soldier rushes out, proceeding to target you.
No, I'll save you. No! That's not fair. That's hacks. Shoot your toes.
What the
Oh, now you don't have a leg.
Brutal.
Lamau.
You can use the TMD on him to effectively turn him into bones, his flesh melting off his body from the energy the E99 has. Or you can shoot him. I mean, that's the less cool option. Soldiers will either come at you from the hallway in the back, or from the side room. The side room depicts some experimentation. There's a lever you can pull that will turn a box in another room to a crushed state, along with there being a note and a chalkboard. The chalkboard is held on one of the walls, and holds potential uses for the metal, fixating on inanimate objects to experiment on. The note says that the TMD accidentally killed 3 of the assistants working alongside Borisov, but that it doesn't matter because he's going to be aiding all of humanity.
E99 is even more powerful than I could have imagined. There was an accident today. A prototype TMD exploded. The radiation killed 3 of my assistants. But I cannot allow this to stop my work. It is too important. All of mankind will benefit if I am successful. Dr. Victor Beresov.
This is the first hint that Beresov could potentially be more malicious than what originally meets the eye. Defeating all the enemies and moving forth will bring you to a door with a glass window embedded in it, showing Dr. Beresov speaking with Demichev, the latter becoming furious with the former. You push open the door and time itself slows down, providing you with ample time to shoot Demichev before he's able to kill Beresov.
What if I just, like... No, wait, I can't get out of this! I can't get out! Yeah, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where is he? Where did he go?
This, of course, was not supposed to happen in the timeline and is the second major change you, as Renko, have made. First it was saving Demichev, and now killing him.
I got an op on every block. I have shooters in every Starbucks.
Even Beresov himself says that something must have gone terribly wrong for this to be the way reality is forming.
The TMD? How? You saved my life. You're wearing the TMD and an American uniform. Something must have gone terribly wrong. Follow me. I need my notes.
More soldiers from the door behind try to shoot at you, but you can take them down with ease. Again, the game gives you more information, this time about TMD energy cells used to refill your energy at a faster speed. It says that, quote, they are automatically used when you are out of E99 energy and attempt to use your TMD. This honestly isn't necessary for playthroughs at a lower difficulty because you won't be eating through the energy. However, higher difficulties will require them. Beresov from this point forth will become very reliant on you for protection, valuing his own standing more than that of Renko's, yours. He'll open the door for you and let you into the room to take down the soldiers, you letting Beresov find his notes. When he enters the room, he's deeply disturbed by how Demichev is letting all this chaos unfold under his own watch. Everything, including the usage of E99 on the school system, on the staff, and on the people, is all being done by that one man.
I knew Demichev would be angry when we refused to work on the Singularity, but I never imagined he would resort to this. Let me get my notes.
Beresov tries to retrieve something from a secure safe, but is unable to, thus giving a whole spiel about how the TMD works, as if we hadn't been told through many different notes of exposition on how it works. He orders you to open the safe using it, and, once you do, you're given literally the coolest gun in the game. I know I've been kind of stern, for lack of a better word, across this video, but this gun is genuinely the sickest thing ever, labeled the, quote, Seeker. A soldier then slams the door open, giving you your first opportunity to use it. Essentially, when you fire a bullet, time itself slows down, allowing you to guide the bullet to the location of your choice. This is beneficial in this area, because there are many soldiers and many places for them to hide behind. But with this bullet navigation system, you can easily swerve to their locations. If not used correctly, you can eventually run out of bullets and be forced back to using only the TMD and the Valkyrie, though that shouldn't be much of an issue.
Oh, Melika Kaliki. Melika Kaliki Maka. It's a Hawaiian Christmas song.
Okay.
By Bing Crosby, as opposed to Bill Cosby. Imagine being named after a search engine.
Whoa! Whoa! Oh, fuck.
Oh, the aim is ass.
Ow! I shot myself!
The Seeker is far more of a novelty, rather than a weapon to actually be used in any other areas besides this, where, you know, there's like one more left in the game. And that's a theme with most of the weapons in this game besides the Valkyrie. With other weapons, you can use them, though they won't be as effective, whereas with this weapon, you just won't be able to use it because the ammo will run out, and you will not be able to find any more scattered around the map. The functionality of many things may be cool, but is severely limited in regard to where and how you use it.
I had been dying to let someone know. That's human nature for you, huh? Wanting to share a secret?
You went through all that?
We need to leave. Now. We can make it if we run forward.
Does the device work on people?
That's a fantastic question.
Can we leave?
I don't know. I have more to say.
You can talk all you want, but after...
Can you let us be?
Again, I don't know. You both ask so many questions.
God fucking damn it! I don't want to be pinned like this. I don't care about your story. I don't care if this is why the world is in the state it's in. I've accepted my reality.
What's that noise?
I'm surprised. Didn't know those beasts could swim.
Beasts? You mean like the ones you faced on Katorga 12 that rampaged through eastern Russia? They made it here? To Alaska?
Seems like it.
There's also quite a lot of loot in this area, just like it had been before you went back in time. You can follow Borisov and move into the next room, where there is another seeker lying on the table. This is more effective for this room than the previous, because there are more winding paths here, which also mean there are more places to accidentally fire into. Sure, it slows down time, but that doesn't mean you're suddenly incapable of firing it into your surroundings. It's very easy, especially with the mouse sensitivity, to shoot into a wall while trying to navigate the bullet toward your enemy. Furthermore, if you don't use the scope on the seeker, then it basically becomes useless unless they're right in front of you. It'll be nearly impossible to accurately tell in which direction the bullet will fire. This room holds more collectibles for you to find. In one of the testing areas, you can find a note that hints at the deadlock ability, another product of Borisov's experimentation.
Amazing. The discovery of E99 has unlocked more possibilities than even I had initially imagined. We managed to harness its potential in a device that Dr. Demishev calls a deadlock. It is capable of generating a field that slows down time itself. Simply amazing. Dr. Viktor Borisov.
There's also a film archive depicting how the deadlock works. It has the ability to stop time in a contained field as well as act as a shield.
Distortions. The deadlock is a device that upon activation freezes all time within a radius. The effect has a limited duration, and it can be disabled with the use of gravimetric energy. It can be reactivated simply by deploying it again. The time distortion field also makes a very useful shield. I am certain that within a year my research will provide us with weapons that far surpass anything the West has. Then we can begin our conquest to communist victory. For the Soviet Union!
What's comedic about this is that you don't need to kill your enemies before booting this up, so you're basically ignoring the people shooting at you. There's also a chalkboard that has 6 diagrams, though I'm unsure what they are. They're all spherical and remind me a bit of the plants from before, but I'm certain that's not what this is. Borisov, with you moving into the next room with him, says that you two will eventually meet up again after some time. This room contains more diagrams and whatnot, including another rift. He bids you farewell, and you move into the rift. In front of you is a television with Borisov on it, him saying that he'd been waiting for this moment for over 50 years, though in our time it's only been a couple seconds.
This is where our paths must part. Do not worry about me. I will find safety in that tower. And rest assured, we will meet again. Use the TMD to activate that rift. It will take you back to your time.
I almost don't believe it. I have waited over 50 years to see you again, but to you it's been mere seconds, hasn't it? Remember the tower I told you I was going to? I've returned there. It seemed the most sensible place. Come quickly, we have much to discuss. And keep your eyes open. I sent a mutual friend to meet you.
He says that he has sent a mutual friend to meet you before the television turns off. Beside this is another film archive, letting you into their experimentations with the rifts. It shows one of the scientists that isn't Borisov walking into one of the rifts. However, with them not using it for time travel, but rather teleportation. Going in, he feels a slight tingling sensation before, when he gets out, bursting into energy and presumably dying. Another scientist runs at the camera and orders the individual behind it to turn it off immediately. I'm under the belief that everything shown should have some level of relevance to the actions you'll be taking, but there aren't any issues that come about because of the rifts. In fact, all of the rifts in the game that are accessible to you are completely stable and do not impact you whatsoever. So, I guess this is purely world building. I'm a bit nitpicky when it comes to what exposition to show and what not to show, so if you completely disagree with this take, I won't hold it against you.
This is the first recorded test of a human being moving into a rift. I am going to record my observations as I move through. I expect I will exit at Rift 6, which seems connected to this one, and has appeared near the docks. I am walking in now. A slight tingling feeling, even through the suit. I am not perceiving anything visual out of the ordinary. And as you see, no noticeable...
Turn it off!
The note discusses a Bunsen burner and has the same problem as the film archive.
Senior Technician Dmitriev. Something is wrong with my Bunsen burner. It doesn't work, even with the valve turned all the way up. Could you take a look at it? Ivan.
If you're to show something in any media, it should have some relevance. If it doesn't hold relevance, then it should be discarded. This game already has far too many notes, way more than it should have, most likely to pad out the runtime. Again, this is only something I started to feel on my second walkthrough of the game, when I was able to be more critical of what was going on. This room also tells you what blueprints and formulas are, the game informing you that they, quote, allow Borisov to create new upgrades for you. After finding a blueprint or formula, the upgrade will automatically become available at the augmenter. From a logistical standpoint, I'm unsure how this would work, but it's certainly beneficial to your cause as the player. This is aptly shown to you right before you receive hero upgrade plans. This one being hardiness, which can increase your maximum health. Furthermore, there's an augmenter in this room to allow you to improve your general standing. Only one of the doors in the room has been opened, making you go down and immediately presenting you with a chrono note regarding how the timeline has been altered. The timeline works in branches, all splitting from the point in which Demichev was supposed to die in 1955 when you saved his life inadvertently. This is another reminder that all the events of the game, everything that's going on, is ultimately your fault. The world is doomed, and it was because of you. There's a broken crate around here, near the chrono note, that'll give you a few health packs. If you move into Lab C3, you'll be greeted by a note explaining how Borisov and his team were experimenting on how to utilize anti-gravity to their advantage.
May 8th, 1953. We tested the anti-gravity module again, and again, it failed. This time the test object broke through the reinforced floor. Ivan barely escaped being crushed, which is unfortunate. I do not like him. Senior Technician Dmitriev.
Most of the notes of this area are simply to preface abilities that you'll receive momentarily.
Oh my, Catherine Crosby with Bill Cosby.
What are you looking at, man?
It's somewhat remarkable that this single source of energy, this ore, has the ability to manipulate so many things about our reality. This note also states how Ivan escaped being crushed, which is a hint to how janky this ability is. This may just be me, but I don't love how when you're trying to move a box, it can so easily get stuck in the surrounding area, but I digress. This room also gives you a weapon upgrade, as well as a separate testing room for this eventual TMD upgrade. The room off to the side of this gives you the anti-gravity ability, and gives you a way to progress forward, that being to remove the object from the ground and hop down. It's amazing that the TMD upgrader still works after all these years, but again, that's a nitpick on my... I know, I get it. At the bottom of the hole on the wall to your right is a chrono note, stating, quote,
change the past, change the present.
Another sentiment that we've already figured out, because that's the whole reason we're in this predicament. Again, it feels like they were just adding things at this point to pad the runtime marginally, because this is information we already have and don't need a reminder about. There's a door you must restore with the TMD that naturally opens. If you're rushing through the game, you may miss the growling from behind. If you turn around, part of a vent will fall to the ground, revealing another bioformula. This time for an ability titled Iron Lung, giving you more time to breathe when you're underwater, hinting at the fact that you will be going into water relatively soon. You're unable to go up into this vent though, as it was for the sole purpose of giving you the blueprint. To move into the next room, you must displace the box with your new ability and hop down, seeing a bunch of plants infected by the E99 energy. This room requires you to complete a fairly simple puzzle, but it works well because it's specific to the abilities you have at this point, differentiating it from other games as well as borrowing from them. It simply means moving the box around with the TMD to prop yourself onto objects to climb a part of the room. The next part is partially blocked from you due to a large security gate that demands you regress the box to its crushed state, place it under, and bring it back to new. It's easy to miss, but before you leave this room, you have an opportunity to reach another TMD blueprint. To preface the future combat, in the following area on the fence is a Zek crawling up, though ignoring you. As a manner of showing you how far you've come, there's a grand hole in the wall to grant you a view of the tower Borisov took refuge in. He then contacts you and tells you to find an elevator to go into the building, saying that all other methods of attempting to penetrate it are blocked.
Eventually, Captain, you will have to find an elevator that will take you to the upper floor of the administration building. All other ways are blocked.
Actually, I was here first, so why don't you fuck off?
The entrance to it is guarded by several mutants and Zeks. However, their existence can be remedied by the canisters to your side that explode upon impact, meaning that all the enemies of this area can be eliminated before you even drop down, assuming that they've been alerted to your position. This next part is legitimately kind of frustrating. The Zeks already are pretty powerful, all things considered, with their numerous abilities, but them being able to launch explosives at you makes you even more defenseless as they move in swarms. The usefulness of the TMD comes into play when they're translucent, allowing you to age them when gunfire won't do the trick. The game also prompts you about this when you move up the catwalk and are met with one appearing from a small room off the left containing a few supplies. If you move forth, Borisov will contact you about the elevator, and on the farthest wall, there's a chrono note stating, quote,
"Starting to forget. It's been too long."
This brings into question who is messaging you that knows precisely in which direction you're moving at all times. This message mentions time and how this individual has most likely been here for a while. So much so that they're beginning to forget their own plans. For a game that gives you all the information you need to discern the story, the chrononotes act as a mystery for you to genuinely solve. Once you drop down, you can collect a bit of loot and find a note.
Invoice: 4 Bunsen burners, 1 anti-gravity test object, 3 typewriters, 50 boxes of cookies, 12 gallons of E99 infused milk.
The scientists working under Dr. Borisov didn't have many test subjects to try on and were almost exclusively working on inanimate objects, but the inclusion of having cookies and the E99 infused milk brings into question if they were testing on themselves voluntarily as opposed to the rest of the island who were experimented on without their consent. You can now travel safely to the elevator, and once you step in, 2 Zeks will attempt to infiltrate it before being scared away by a much larger Zek appearing behind a wall.
No thank you, I'm okay. What the fuck?! What the fuck?!
It crashes in and slams on the elevator, which, if this is your first playthrough, will definitely cause you to panic a bit as it did my friend. No need to fret though, as this Zek will be unable to access the elevator. Rather, it serves to tell you that a boss fight is on its way. It will keep moving up and banging on the fence, and even if you shoot at it, no damage will be dealt, making it entirely superfluous. When you reach the top, you'll notice that there's a hole in the wall, which may make you worried that this Zek may teleport in through there, but they won't. The growling, however, will persist around you. Going through the blue door, there will be an audio recording that describes the corporeality of the people that would eventually become Zeks.
Are you corporeal?
That seems like a science fiction question.
Can I touch you?
That seems like a loaded question.
This is the audio journal of Dr. Vasily Korkin. He visited me again late last night. Subject Alpha from the teleportation experiment. That's the 4th time in the last 2 weeks. He materialized out of nowhere. He seems to be more corporeal with every appearance. I must admit, he frightens me. A little. There is such malice in his eyes.
If you exit the room, you'll be met by a chrono-echo of a man on the verge of being killed by a Zek, before the lining of the walls start crumbling around you. This section is very Mission Impossible-esque if you wish to be stealthy. Or rather, you can simply shoot down the roots of the plants on the walls to progress. In the following room, a note can be read regarding Dr. Korkin, the man who had made the audio recording. That audio recording depicted his fear, and this note depicts the fear that others have for him as a result of his antsiness.
To Colonel Ivanov, Weapons Division, from Dr. Glushkov. Colonel Ivanov, please understand that I hold Dr. Korkin in the highest regards, but as of late, his behavior has become erratic. He mumbles to himself, he is extremely irritable, and he is nervous to the point of being paranoid. I believe he's suffering a nervous breakdown. Could you meet with Dr. Korkin? Perhaps you could convince him to take some time off or seek professional help. Thank you, Dr. Anya Glushkov.
You can use the weapon locker in this area, and if you move forward, the large Zek from before will appear through the hole in the wall, slamming debris at you that can cause a minor injury to be inflicted. He has a very ominous laugh, almost as if he's more intelligent than the other Zeks presented. You can also begin to hear the sounds of helicopters whirring above, trying to kill the Zek and giving you an opportunity to run away. Turning the hallway, above a crate is a chrononote, claiming, quote,
"He started it all."
This implies that whoever knows exactly where you are right now knows that you caused this chaos. This floor has a variety of notes and whatnot to be read. The first note states how the Soviets have yet to find the American, you.
We still have not found the American, but he must still be on the island. My men will keep looking. Perhaps Dr. Beresov knows more than he says he does. Dr. Demishev.
That would explain why their helicopters are flying overhead. They're not there solely to kill the Zek. They're there solely to kill you. This same room has 2 chalkboards. One depicting a circuit diagram for something, and the other showing a map of the island and your current location. It even has a drawing of your face, furthering the sentiment that the enemy knows precisely where you are. Another one of the rooms has another note, illustrating how demanding Demichev is, and how much he's overworking his staff on the island.
February 28th, 1953. I wish Dr. Demishev would let me go home. I'm not feeling very well today. Where's my bucket?
You can push through the tripwires at the bottom of the stairs in this area with ease, presenting an area with even more notes and other things to be found. Moving in, you'll promptly be met with the massive Zek, Hulk Zek, or Zek King you could call it, from earlier, bursting in from the right wall. He'll swipe at you, cutting down about a third of your health. You can very swiftly shoot the massive blue patch on its skin to anger him and cause him to teleport out of there, providing you with a method of killing him when the boss fight does eventually come. Again, this area has a lot to it, so let's go linearly. Just outside the center room is a note from D, or Demichev, ordering Ivan to work against Beresov and potentially ruin all his research.
Ivan, go down to Dr. Beresov's office and install this listening device. Make sure you put it where he won't be able to find it. Quickly, before he returns from his lab. D.
There's also a chrononote with borderline schizophrenic ramblings about how everything is interconnected, featuring everything from Renko to Catherine to E99. The person writing this knows everything there is to know about the events taking place. There's another note by Beresov essentially stating that he's going to be taking his work into hiding.
I have drawn up new plans for a vault to secure the TMD. Building it will be a large undertaking and difficult to keep secret. Who can I trust enough to help build it? Dr. Victor Beresov.
There's a chalkboard containing plans for the vault that Borisov, in due time, creates where you initially got the TMD. There's an audio recording that portrays the marginally erratic nature of Dr. Corkin, who's very clearly not totally there mentally at this stage.
Doctors, I realize you are all very busy with your various projects. Dr. Corkin, is there a problem?
No, Colonel Ivanov. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Very well. I know your timetables have been challenging. I also know your tasks are nearly impossible. But you are accomplishing what no other scientist on Earth have done. You are harnessing the power of E99. Continue your work, and know that you are helping Mother Russia in ways you could not possibly imagine.
Furthermore, there's a chalkboard regarding how E99 will affect human longevity. Humans will naturally absorb some level of entropic radiation from the element, and that will subsequently turn them into mindless mutants. The very bottom of the chalkboard reads, quote, "At this juncture, all biological testing should be halted." Biological testing, of course, was not stopped by either Dr. Borisov or Demichev. There are 3 more notes in this area. 1. Working side by side with the chalkboard to say that, yes, Demichev has continued human experiments.
I've just discovered that Dr. Demichev has secretly continued with human experimentation, even though it has been suspended. I must tell Dr. Borisov. He will not be pleased.
2. Having Officer Yukov stop potential propaganda from getting out too early.
To all personnel, we are missing some back issues of Propaganda Illustrated. If you remove materials from the records room, return them when you are done. Do not leave them in the restroom. Propaganda Officer Yukov.
And finally, 3. A note from Demichev regarding his suspicions on Borisov.
Propaganda Officer Yukov. I understand that Dr. Borisov has been spending much time down there. What has he been researching? Keep an eye on him and report any suspicious behavior. Dr. Demichev.
This area concludes with a film archive following the chronolight. Essentially, it depicts how chrononotes work, but with solid, tangible objects.
Teleportation experiments have progressed as planned. The first step was accomplished, and I have determined how to alter an item so that it is out of phase without time. Unfortunately, locating the item once it was shifted became a major problem, but I created the chronolight to address that difficulty. In this test, an object is shifted into an alternate dimension, rendering it invisible. Now, with the aid of the chronolight, the object can be seen. It can also pull phased items back into our time. The chronolight is a huge step forward. Once it has been miniaturized, it will be an incredible benefit to my teleportation research. Praise the deeds of great Lenin and Stalin.
In the corner of the stairs, when you progress into the next room, is another bioformula, this time for an ability titled Energetic.
Is the sink still going? Yeah, I'm gonna fucking run the fuck out of their water bill. Jackasses.
MIR-12 is wrong.
You can now move up the wooden boxes and vault through the hole in the wall. You can hear Russian soldiers talking to themselves when entering, blocking your path. Much like with the Zeks of past battles, you can fire the explosives at them before you drop down. This won't kill all of them, but it will make your job easier. Despite this, you will still be able to hear Zeks around you. Aging a crate, you can pull it through the opening in the gate and restore the gate to its original state. That was accidental bars. Hopping over, you'll be able to find a note to Colonel Ivanov, stating that Dr. Corkin had been murdered.
To Colonel Ivanov, Weapons Division. From Sergeant Chertok, Base Security. Colonel Ivanov, I regret to inform you that Dr. Corkin, the head of your teleportation research team, was found murdered in his apartment late last night. What has me confused is how his assailant was able to enter the room. All the doors and windows were boarded up and nailed shut from the inside. We had to break down the door to get in. I will keep you informed when any new information is uncovered.
This can presumably be at the hands of Demichev as an attack on Borisov. A chrononote is shown to you stating, quote,
"Follow Borisov. He'll keep you safe. Don't trust Barisov.
The first part is crossed out, though. This is illustrating an internal conflict in whoever is contacting you, as if they're actively going back on their word as they're writing this. Once you're done using the weapon locker, you can stealthily find another chrononote next to the switch to the gate, stating, quote,
"Stop, you're ruining everything."
Another mention of how you are the problem. When you enter this area, you'll have no feasible method of escaping, thus initiating the boss fight with the Hulk Zek. At the beginning of it, the Zek toys with one of these soldiers, flinging the man around as it helplessly screams, teleporting left and right before being launched into the ground and meeting his demise. He's very clearly intelligent and sadistic with this intelligence, willing to torture his victims. The game tells you, when the Hulk Zek reaches the ground, that you can throw the explosives at him. Once again, this fight will require you to aim for the place the Zek is most defenseless, the aura-filled areas. The Hulk Zek will attempt to throw the explosives at you. You can either let them hit the ground and fire the target on the Zek's body, or grasp the explosive midair using the TMD and send it back to the Zek. Once you do enough damage to him, you'll be confronted by more Zeks coming from above that will try to overwhelm you. This means you need to keep track of their locations, as well as the location of the Hulk Zek to ensure that you're not getting attacked from all sides.
This is gonna be a pretty tame boss fight. I don't even think I have to move.
This encounter can eat through your health with ease. It's nearly impossible to complete this without having some health packs on standby.
I'm out of ammo! And I have a sniper! Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, this is really bad. This is actually really fucking bad. Dude, you've gotta be I can't dodge that! He's too fast!
Ironic.
Once enough damage is inflicted on the Hulk Zek, he will topple, and the second that happens, Catherine will open the door and allow you to leave the area.
There we go.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Dude!
Aimed it at the wrong place.
Look how much health I have! I was so scared I was gonna lose my zero death run.
Perfect timing. She could have come to save you a few minutes ago, but I guess that would make this campaign less interesting, wouldn't it? The combat, however, does not cease when you're complete with this boss fight. You'll be prompted to escort Catherine, and more Zeks will appear to attack you. The door to the next area will be locked, necessitating her picking at it and coercing you into fighting off the enemies that will inevitably charge at you. This section gives you no time to breathe and will continue to ambush you.
Yo, can I get a med kit? Anything. Just literally anything. Dude! Oh my god.
She opens the gate and slides under before being attacked by another Zek. In all honesty, I'm unsure what would happen if you just let the Zek attack her. I assume it would result in a game over screen, although I'm not sure. More Zeks will come out at you and you'll need to throw explosives at them. You can follow her and she'll guide you into a secure area. Before, I claim that the proper method of killing these things is with electricity, and this is shown in full force here. Catherine will contact Barisov and ask him to activate the elevator, to which he'll respond that it's on the way. And it is, but it is absurdly slow. It's just a few minutes in the game, but lasts for an eternity, it seems. Zeks will appear outside of this enclosed gated area and begin to climb over. If they make it up the gate, they will drop down and attack you. So, to remedy this from occurring, you'll need to periodically go back between the levers and make sure they're on. They will electrify the fence and keep you safe from harm. However, notice how I stated periodically, because they will lose power disturbingly quickly. You'll be going back and forth, trying to prevent the Zeks from closing in, and these generators will keep turning off. It really keeps you on edge and tense, because if you don't keep them at bay, you will be swarmed at once. Catherine should take care of the ones that come over, but that assumes that there aren't several of them attacking you simultaneously. Even after Catherine gets the green light about the elevator from Barisov, it doesn't mean it will move swiftly. All the machinery in this game either works like a charm, or is genuinely the most primitive piece of technology known to man. From a writing standpoint, this makes sense because the game needs to be tense. You need to feel like you're in legitimate danger at all times. Luckily, this is when you'll finally be greeted with a Barisov in person again. He's, again, amazed at how you've not aged a day. He also informs you that now Russia rules the world and Demichev is the chancellor. This checkpoint serves to explain what you've been through and what's happened in the timeline in the form of a film he plays for you. For the most part, this only illustrates information we've already been made clear about, but also begins to show some new things at around the midway point. A news article appears, Barisov explaining how an E-99 bomb was dropped on the United States that wiped out most of the East Coast. The USSR then starts invading neighboring countries to its west, spreading to Europe and parts of the Middle East. This is was all under the reign of Khrushchev, which Demichev then took advantage of. Using the power he had, he installed himself as the Chancellor instead of Khrushchev, continuing with his plans for world domination. Borisov believes that the timeline can be corrected again with the help of Renko.
My God, you haven't aged a day. Remarkable. You've undoubtedly figured out the timeline has been altered. Russia rules the world, and Demichev is the Chancellor. Here, let me show you what happened to the world after you saved Demichev from the burning building. From the moment I invented the TMD, Demichev wanted it. He demanded I hand it over for him to use in his research. When I refused, he had me and everyone else who wouldn't cooperate labeled as traitors. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed along with everyone else. Demichev was obsessed with the power and possibilities of the Singularity. But a few months after it came online, there was a terrible accident. The Singularity exploded, killing thousands instantly. But they were the lucky ones. Those who survived were left to a fate worse than death. The E99 radiation mutated every living thing on the island, including humans. The island was quarantined and abandoned, but not before E99 had been effectively mass-produced and implemented in everything from microwaves and vehicles to weapons more powerful than America's atomic bomb. On the heels of this success, Demichev was able to quickly rise through the party ranks, preaching all the while that Russia had a technological advantage it must use quickly and ruthlessly. And Premier Khrushchev agreed. Russia launched a preemptive strike against the United States, devastating its entire east coast with a single E99 bomb. Simultaneous attacks were also launched across Europe. Germany, France, Great Britain. None could stand against the E99 weapons of the USSR's troops. Within 6 months, the entire world was under Khrushchev's control. But not for long. Demichev used his growing number of supporters to oust Khrushchev and install himself as Chancellor for life. So you see, the timeline has been altered, but it can be corrected, and the Singularity is the key. With it, Demichev rose to power, and the Soviet Union dominated the world.
If you destroy the Singularity in the past, history will correct itself.
But the only thing that can destroy the Singularity is something of equal power. The E-99 bomb Khrushchev desired. There's one aboard a freighter that sunk in the harbor when the Singularity exploded. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Take that elevator down into the old rail line. From there, you'll have to travel to the docks. Catherine and I will do our best to help you.
You're then given the main objective of the game, the one you'll be fighting for the remaining duration of the playthrough, destroying the Singularity in the past. He claims that the only way the Singularity can be destroyed is with something of equal power, that being the aforementioned E-99 bomb that was used to wipe out the east coast of the US. This bomb is located at the docks, meaning you'll need to navigate through the rail line to reach it. One thing that's funny about this game is how the characters with dialogue that aren't acting through AI are pre-recorded, meaning that their movements may not correspond to where you're located in the room. You may be standing behind them and they will still talk and move like you're in front of them. And I understand this was a limitation of the technology, but it's still funny to imagine that they're, schizophrenic because of this. There are a plethora of notes in this area once you look around, and only notes with no deviation. These entries are labeled 1 through 7, so I will work through them chronologically, although you'll most likely not find them in chronological order due to their placement across the laboratory. Entry 1 describes Borisov seeking refuge in this very tower, fearful of the soldiers attempting to come in.
Borisov's personal journal. Entry 1. I had to lock my tower after the incident. The people were massing at the lower elevator, and the looks on their faces were not that of friends.
Entry 2 follows how he's plowing through his rations and resorting to eating phase ticks for sustenance, which would make sense considering the circumstance he's in.
Borisov's personal journal. Entry 2. Well now, I'm here in the tower, with my rations fading away. Every so often, a long-faced tick comes up from below, possibly looking for nest sites. You must cook them in boiling water and a small dash of my homemade anti-radiation, which consists of garlic, oregano, and an herb only grown here on Katorga, which subsides radiation. Taste is not bad either.
Entry 3 offers how Barisov was able to reach different locations through secret interlinked tunnels.
Barisov's personal journal. Entry 3. I've discovered a network of cooling tunnels that interlink the island's facilities and installations. These tunnels used to link up to underground caves where the initial E99 ore was discovered.
Entry 4 describes how he's using these tunnels to his advantage and to the advantage of you, Renko, in your pursuits.
Barisov's personal journal. Entry 4. In preparation for the man from the future, I have set up special stations around the island to aid in defeating Demishev. I hope he finds them useful.
Entry 5 gives us insight into who Barisov is besides purely in the science field. He has a daughter and a wife who he most likely kept on the mainland out of fear of them being experimented on. This is because he's more knowledgeable than the rest of the families who came to the island, who were willing to pack up everything and ditch the life they once had, all for the prosperity of the Soviet Union.
Barisov's personal journal. Entry 5. This bear belonged to my daughter. She never came with me to Katorga. She stayed with her mother on the mainland. By this time, she is all grown up. I wonder if I will ever see her again. If I do, I will bring the bear. But for now, he aids me with my experiments, and he's quite a good listener.
Entry 6, located behind the film screen, follows how Barisov is wanting to utilize Renko to his utmost potential as an asset to himself.
Barisov's personal journal. Entry 6. I wonder about the origins of the man from the future. How could it even be possible? When will he return? I must do what I can to ensure he's ready when he does arrive. I'm off to my old research.
And the final note, Entry 7, simply reports how he's operating in hiding.
Barisov's personal journal. Entry 7. I have just returned from the research installation, installed monitors and hid vials of refined E99 ore. It's been a long day. I just caught a tick. Time for a meal.
Kitty. Kitty.
Come on. Go on.
What happened to his face, dude?
The opposition.
Not the opposition.
You'll now leave Catherine and Barisov in the lab, venturing into the elevator and moving down the rail line. Once you're down, you'll immediately have an opportunity to get a TMD upgrade, allowing you the deadlock ability that was shown prior. The game tells you that it, quote, creates a sphere of chrono energy that slows time. This ability will prove useful, as there's a gargantuan fan blocking your path.
Chrono energy. Really? Really?
What's curious is that the TMD upgrader is here rather than another location, especially the one in which it was literally spoken about. Wouldn't it make more sense logically for it to be there rather than here? Yes, plot-wise it becomes relevant here because you'll start using it at a decent frequency, but that doesn't make sense from a story standpoint. As well as this, if it slows down time, shouldn't that apply to you? The TMD can affect other objects, but only if it is explicitly activated, assuming nothing is going wrong. So, how are you able to navigate through the sphere without your body promptly stopping at the perimeter of the field? Are you immune to chrono energy? This wouldn't make sense because there's nothing to differentiate you from other people that have been affected on the island. You can use the deadlock ability to stop enemies, which would allow for you to assume that it only functions on objects that are infused with E99, but you just fired it at a fan, so that can't be it. If you're not thinking about it too hard, this ability does make sense, though it falls apart if you put too much thought into it. Perhaps I'm missing something, or maybe thinking too hard about this, but this specific ability did kind of anger me at one point down the line, but I will get there when I get to it. You can go through, get some upgrades, and eventually slide into a vent that will give you a weapon tech if you're willing to sidetrack slightly. Where you're actually meant to go is to the left and down the broken fencing. Slime lines the walls, almost looking like snot. You move forward and a cutscene plays, causing you to fall a distance that really should kill you, or at least severely damage you, but doesn't.
Look at that neck! Dude, look at that neck snap! Ah!
You collapse onto the ground, the ticks that Barisov described, phase ticks, retreating out of fear. The room is littered with them, as well as nests that are all across the walls and ceiling. The ticks will attempt to run at you, and when they do, they will explode and deal a concerning amount of damage. You can kill off a few of them to provide yourself with an opportunity to scavenge the area and retrieve all the supplies you need for this.
No, I'm clearly not alright. Oh my god! I'm almost dead already!
You might feel tempted to destroy the nests during this little bit of downtime, but that will only put your life in risk. There's no chance that they will come from there, despite it seeming like it. In reality, this fight is absolutely abhorrent, because when you turn the wheel to open the door, they come in and scatter across the ground.
Wow, that's a lot of them. Holy shit. I don't have a better weapon. I should have. Why didn't I get the better weapon when I had the chance? Yo, they do so much damage. What the fuck? Yo, what the? They're behind me.
It sucks.
What the fuck?
Meaning there's no feasible way to evade them. They will reach you and they will explode, no matter what you do in return. They're like creepers. And since they're so small, they're difficult to aim at or even be aware of their presence. So if you think you've killed them all, one will come up out of the blue and explode, taking with it a third of your health.
Oh my god, bro, what the?
You have to reload. Yeah, this one sucks.
This sucks, dude!
The only way to halt the onslaught is to make it through the hallway and climb up the ladder.
Dude, what?!
The amount of damage they do.
They do all of my health! Yo, oh my god, they do so much health! Yo, I'm stuck on something. I don't even know what I was stuck on. I was just unable to move.
This will be a funny compilation, though. This will be a funny compilation.
Once you're up, you'll see a chrono note to your left, reading, quote,
"It still lives after all this time."
At this point, it's unclear what's being spoken about, but it can be assumed to be the mother of the phase ticks. Climbing up another ladder reinforces this notion, a chrono echo depicting soldiers getting stabbed by a massive arm, slicing through one of the soldiers, then slamming another one against the wall. This will be the next boss fight to take on. Next to where the chrono echo took place is another audio recording, a scientist saying he's going to investigate the sewers for what's gone wrong.
Damn it. A general evacuation has been ordered, but I can't leave until I've investigated the disturbance near the sewers. I'll give it a quick look, but I won't stay 1 second longer than necessary. There's too many bizarre things happening. The island's gone mad.
Naturally, this means he's searching for this massive phase tick without knowing that's what he's searching for. The end of the hallway has a chrono note, saying the very ominous phrase, quote,
"It can smell you."
And an audio recording from the same scientist announcing that he's trapped here and quickly running out of supplies.
I've been trapped here for over 2 days. Every time I try to make a move, the creature is there, waiting for me. I can hear it bellowing night and day. I have no food, no water. My injured leg is infected. I can't put any weight on it. I've accepted my fate. I heard the boats departing yesterday. There is no one left. Only me. And that creature.
Using the TMD on the roots to prop you up reveals more phase ticks, awaiting your presence at the top. These are, by far, the most infuriating enemies in the game. Each game has some form of this, and they always do a downright stupid amount of damage. On the floor next to the locker here is a chrono note claiming that
"It lives,"
and, quote,
"I am here,"
meaning that we're about to venture into where it resides. You enter the rail line, and the creature begins calling out around you. If you persist forth, a claw will dig into the wall briefly, poking a massive hole in the wall. If you're moving too fast, it will deal damage to you upon contact. To avoid this, you must stay on the left side of the tunnel since the creature is only shooting in from the right. Going into the train, a cutscene plays, the creature jostling you around and playing with the train before looking in and bellowing. You nosedive out of the train, yelling and slamming against the ground before the car is launched at you, narrowly missing. You awake to Barisov calling your name. He explains that soldiers overtook the tower and that Catherine was fending them off, allowing for him to travel here.
Up here! Demichev's men attacked the tower. Catherine distracted them while I headed here. That was a very close call. Come up here. We have much to discuss.
The next few rooms have nothing but equipment and people that have been incinerated, or at least it appears like their bodies have been charred to a crisp, though it's unlikely that's what actually happened. A few of them hold loot to be gained, and eventually guide you to a vent that features an audio recording, describing how a group of men were trying to seek refuge underground and how everything's been blocked off.
This is the audio log of Pyotr Nikolsky. All hell has broken loose on Katorga 12. A group of us is banded together and managed to stay alive. We are moving underground in hopes of hiding from the creatures. Unfortunately, the tunnel is collapsed. We can't go any further. We are going to find some place to hole up for the night. Perhaps we can wait out this catastrophe.
On a side note, it sounds like all of these recordings are being voiced by the same person. I checked to make sure, and no, I'm actually wrong. The problem isn't that they're voiced by the same person, but rather that they're all voiced by Americans putting on a Russian accent, thus making them sound very similar. There's actually some notable names, like Troy Baker and even Liam O'Brien of Last of Us and Critical Role fame. I know Troy Baker has done a lot more, the guy's in like everything, I just had to condense it to one. Stopping another fan, journeying forward, you'll find a bioformula for an upgrade toward your stamina, and a note explaining how a bridge is currently being constructed.
This is the journal of Pavel Fedorov. Dr. Korkin just requested one of my junior engineers aid him with an experiment in the weapons lab. I sent Grigory Nikolsky. He is a very energetic young man. Korkin said he wouldn't need Grigory for more than 2 or 3 days. That's good, because we're close to finishing construction of the bridge, and I need him back as soon as possible.
Going through the blue door, you can also find a bioformula for an ability titled Medic. This is where you'll be able to meet up with Borisov, receive a weapon tech and another TMD blueprint. In the distance, you can see the Singularity being emitted from the ground, a beam of energy penetrating the sky, dark storm clouds encircling it. Borisov orders you to fix the crane, guiding you to a ladder before Demichev's helicopters begin overrunning the place, men spewing out. At the bottom of the ladder, you'll begin hearing them call out. Coincidentally, there's a sniper rifle laying on the ground for you to use, because you're just that lucky.
Uppies. Uppies.
No uppy.
It's Mr. Worldwide, Mr. Worldwide.
You can spray down the men in this area without it. In fact, that's probably the best course of action since you'll need to push forward and a sniper won't work properly in close range. Regardless, you'll get further proof of your TMD abilities, getting stronger and stronger, repairing the crane by pulling multiple fragments of it at once onto the main section of it. Borisov brings the platform for you to traverse the terrain on, which also has another sniper for some reason, and you'll get access to the spike shot, the game describing it as an quote, E99 charged railgun that fires an explosive spike. Each shot requires a brief delay to fully charge rail. This, again, isn't really useful for this area. It's certainly more of a novelty, as with most other weapons in this game. The abilities are for sure useful at a high frequency, but the weapons are not. The Valkyrie simply crushes everything else in this game, and thus it was essentially the only weapon that my friend and I used during our separate playthroughs of the game.
Dude, I swear to God, this is the slowest thing I've ever been on.
Oh,
I noticed.
No, don't die. Oh.
As well as this, remember when I said the machinery in this game was rather primitive? That's shown in full force here with this crane. This crane moves at genuine negative speeds. It is the slowest thing known to man. It's like if Turbo wasn't swallowed by the car engine, just a normal snail. This wouldn't be a problem, but much like with the Zex, this is an incredibly tense moment. You're in the middle of the sky, actively being shot at with little to no cover whatsoever, so you'll be eating bullets with no proper mode of defense. You're unlikely to run out of bullets, but the enemies will still be able to duck and cover. If you're on a harder difficulty, you may end up dying solely because there's no way to defend yourself, and then you'll be forced back onto the crane and coerced into enduring all of that once more. Once you're off, you'll have to kill a few more soldiers before entering another building. Traveling in, and you're greeted by probably the coolest enemy in the game, albeit one of the most terrifying, harnessing the ability of teleportation and translucence from the Zex with the build of a normal man, however with a blade as one of the arms. He'll jump out of the doorway, slice you, and proceed to disappear. Walking in, you'll still be able to hear his growling in the background before finding TMD equipment plans for the ability Search and Destroy, which allows you to, quote, gain more ammo from enemy and loot drops. Various objects in this room will abruptly begin to spark, the enemy slicing through them. This shifty Zek will teleport into the small vent you're meant to enter before disappearing once more before you go in. Below are more maintenance tunnels and an audio recording, a man explaining that whatever creatures lurk within this area only operate at night.
This is the audio log of Pyotr Nikolsky. It's been 2 days since Mikhail and his group left. I'm beginning to wonder if maybe we shouldn't have gone with them. Last night, the creatures attacked and killed half our group. They'll be back again tonight. I could hear them just outside, sniffing around, waiting for darkness.
In here, that wouldn't matter because it's indoors and the day-night cycle is irrelevant. Stopping time on the fans, Catherine will then contact you, informing that it's taking longer than she presumed to get the rail line.
It's taking a lot longer to make it to the rail than I thought it would.
Another vent, and you'll be met with a chrono echo featuring a dispute between the aforementioned parties in the audio recording.
Because it makes no sense, Mikhail. You're putting these people at risk for no reason. And all you're doing is waiting for death. But it's too dangerous out there. Listen to me. The sewers will take us to the train yard. From there we can take an engine to the docks and escape. No, it's suicide. Very well. I wish you the best, my friend. I hope to see you on the mainland, surrounded by your family, comrade.
This section has a bunch of ammo, fueling you before you're attacked again. The Shifty Zek is a lot more intelligent than the others. To remedy the teleportation, you may think that the right course of action is to send a deadlock to it, however that won't do anything. The Shifty Zek will move right through it without skipping a beat. This is a difficult enemy to defeat, but there is a way to fix this. I learned this after I had completed both my playthroughs of the game, but off into the corner is a table with a turntable that you can prop yourself up on. The Shifty Zek will be unable to damage you and you'll be completely safe, firing away at it until it's killed. Sure, it's a bit weak, but it'll keep your health at a suitable level. When it's dead, the door will magically swing open as if unable to prior. The door will close behind you. Inside the trash bin is another note, a journal entry describing how a man's friend may have been killed.
This is the journal of Pavel Fedorov. I feel a growing concern for Grigori. I haven't heard from him in 4 days now. He told me he was going to help test out an exciting new form of transportation. I hope that young fool hasn't volunteered for something dangerous.
Before jumping through the hole in the ground, an audio recording behind the hole can be seen and reverted. It follows the conflict from the chrono echo and the aftermath of the individuals that stayed here as opposed to left.
They've broken through, killed everyone. Everyone. Forgive me, Mikhail. You were right. We should have gone with you to the docks. No.
Dropping down the hole, you'll have a brief moment to loot while you fight off some Zeks.
Excuse me, I don't think that's pretty nice.
A lot more.
Wait, hold on. Whoa, take it easy!
Above the catwalk and into one of the rooms is another audio recording, this time from the other side of the conflict of the chrono echo. Thus far, they've had safe travel, but the ending of it says otherwise.
Tried talking Pyotr into coming with us one last time, but to no end. He can be very stubborn once his mind is made up. My group left this morning with half of the food and ammunition. So far, we haven't had any problems. Maybe we'll get lucky and make it all the way to the docks safely.
Mikhail, come quickly!
At the end of the catwalk is a lever that, when pulled, opens the door to leave the room, as well as allows several Zeks into the room. You can kill them relatively easily and move forward, eventually locating an elevator with another audio recording within it to be played as you descend lower into the sewers.
You gonna come in?
The AI is malfunctioning.
You gonna come in? Okay, I'm gonna ignore him and do this. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Wait, how did you get up here so fast? Yo, take it easy. Yo, I can't shoot!
It breaks my heart
that we realized too late the creatures are blind. Alexei needlessly fell victim to them. Had we just silently walked by the beasts, he would still be alive. I'm sorry for failing you, Alexei. For failing us all.
The recording states that they lost some men because they were unaware that the enemy was blind. At the bottom, Catherine will contact you, saying they're very close. The entrance to this area has a chrononote that shares the same sentiments as the audio recording, that being, quote,
"Move slowly. The creatures are blind and react to any sound."
There are a few turns in this hallway that make this not totally true. For instance, if you fire your gun, it'll only alert the ones in relatively close range to you, and not all of them at once, as it may seem. If there are too many of them, they can swarm you, however that's unlikely if you're fairly cautious in this area. These enemies don't deal a ton of damage. Their only method of attacking you is by projectile vomiting on you, which does a fair portion of your health. If you're firing your gun and then bolting down the hallway, then this area will be a problem, but you're for sure not going to do that. There's a bit of navigation necessary to get through this region, including going through vents and, near the end, bringing a route containing a platform up to the ground to allow you to traverse on it. In the following room, the creatures will fill the tunnel. However, they can be dealt with by simply activating the electricity, killing all of them that are in the water. What's strange is that once you go in the water as well, you'll be completely immune from the electrical current. The vent at the end of this region has a hidden health pack, which may be necessary depending on how much damage you've accumulated. After getting jump scared by the phase ticks, going to the dead end of the tunnel and turning around, you'll be able to locate it, as well as pop your head out of the map.
Whoa, there's a health pack in there. I want it. Do you see this?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get out of the map. Oh fuck, I'm stuck.
You'll be able to reach the next area by phasing the route, pulling the box in and moving into the room through the vent. A dead soldier being eaten by one of the creatures, as they were doing in the sewers, collapses in through the side, dropping with it a weapon tech.
Timing of a fucking bat. Look at this shit. Oh, baby! You're fucking dog shit.
This room contains an audio recording of a man saying he dreamt of Pyotr dying. He tries to convince himself that it was nothing more than a nightmare, but he knows that it holds some truth.
Our numbers are dwindling quickly. We have to find a way out of these damn sewers and get to the rail. There we should be able to find an engine and take it to the docks. Unfortunately, we have to move slowly. Many of us are injured. The creatures are very strong and cunning. I had a nightmare last night. One of Pyotr dying. I would like to believe it was nothing more than a dream. But in my heart, I know it is true.
Moving past the tripwire plants, you can use the box to make it through the hole in the fence. There's a chrononote waiting for you once you drop down reading, quote,
"Find the train and get to the docks. You are running out of time."
This serves to add more of a sense of urgency to the situation, as most of the audio recordings and notes of the rail line are. Moving through this area, you will eventually be led to another TMD upgrade, which is, for some reason, here in the sewer. I can't imagine Borisov coming through the sewer, avoiding all the creatures, and building it right here, but I suppose that's where we're at. This gives you the ability of reversion, being able to turn a soldier into a revert, which should make them easier to kill. That, corroborated with Catherine's words about Demichev's men, indicates that more soldiers will be awaiting your presence once you leave the sewers.
So there are 6 locations in the game, and the docks are number 4.
Oh man, I
but
have
it's
a long way to go. And I haven't had this shit once.
You
I'm gonna assume that's
Daddy?
Did you just say daddy?
I said that's handy. What?
I swear you just said daddy.
The door opens and, once you shoot one of the men in this large room, all of the soldiers will be alerted to your location. This is an interesting form of combat. You must climb up the stairs, going up several stories as Demichev's men fire at you. It also has the inclusion of snipers, resulting in occasional red beams targeting you and then firing, differentiating the enemies of this area from the soldiers of before. There are small compartments off to the side that allow you to catch your breath, not be shot at, and gain some loot in the process. When you're high enough, Catherine will inform you that more patrols are coming. Sweeping through all the soldiers, the door at the very top has a lock on it to fire down, resulting in a room with more loot and Catherine notifying you that she's been spotted by Demichev's men. A cutscene will begin when you're up the ladder. Catherine hushing you before two soldiers from behind the fence fire at two Zeks watching them. They're too distracted by the Zeks to notice your head popping up from the side.
They're close.
Ну-ка проверим.
Wait a minute. There's still a guard blocking our way to the rail. Do you have a shot?
At the end of the hallway is a new gun and a soldier guarding it. It's an autocannon. The game stating that it's a, quote, heavy cannon that uses an automatic load system coupled with a high-capacity 100-round clip, unmatched rate of fire for extended combat engagements. This is mostly true. It doesn't deal a ton of damage, or at least it doesn't seem to, from what I grasped. Furthermore, if you're swarmed, you can run out of ammo with ease. Giving Catherine a boost up, she opens the door from the other side by using the vent. Once you revert the stairs back to a walkable state, you'll find an audio recording hidden under a few desks. A man recounting how powerful the Soviet Union could have been had the proper precautions been put in place.
Demichev and his experiments. There are only 3 of us left now, and we are low on food and ammunition. I cannot help but admire what lethal killing machines the creatures are. Imagine what the Soviet Union could have accomplished if these experiments had been properly controlled. The West would have been helpless before our might.
Farther in is a weapon locker and another vent to hop through. You'll have to remove the roots from the security gate to let Catherine through. Before you're able to leave, more soldiers come in and you're left stuck on the catwalk. Luckily, once you're out of ammo, there's a sniper rifle on the right end of it to take down some of the harder enemies, especially the elite Spetsnaz soldiers as opposed to the standard ones. If left undealt with, they will inevitably pummel you down, as they have a similar, if not same, autocannon as you. This area takes kind of a while, so taking cover should be your first priority, if anything.
Yo, oh my god, they do so- oh my god! Stop it. Stop. Oh my god, I'm dead.
Once they've all been eliminated, you can safely move forward, Catherine going to a different section while you're stuck going inside the building. Dropping through the hole, you'll find a chrono note stating, quote,
"Don't trust her."
This is curious because it plays with how you're supposed to think. She's been nothing but helpful thus far. She's working with the man you're attempting to aid, so why would you not trust her? This also brings into question who's writing the chrono notes to an even greater extent than before. This area also features the Katorga 12 schedule on a chalkboard for the shipping, maintenance, and workload of the people. There's a pretty steady stream of outgoing and incoming packages, clearly depicting how the people were working around the clock to ensure everything went according to Demichev's plans. The second you open the door, Catherine will call out in pain. A Spetsnaz grabbing her and 2 soldiers firing at you from inside the room. She will be dragged away and you'll be forced to chase after her. The game will also prompt you below, informing you that, quote, elite Spetsnaz wear advanced armor that make them resistant to the aging and impulse abilities of the TMD, as if they weren't powerful enough already. If you're in front of any of the elite Spetsnaz without any cover, they will kill you almost instantly. From a distance, they're decently hard to take out, but in close range, it gets easier. However, you clearly would not want to be in close range. Despite them being unable to be affected by the TMD, you can still fire a deadlock ahead of yourself to negate the effects of the constant gunfire from them.
If she's getting assaulted, you have to go faster.
Yeah, I'm coming. Rescue cat. I can't read that. Okay. Or not.
You can periodically see her very close to you before you enter a new area or open a new door, and she's completely disappeared, and gone extremely far. This is to maintain the sense of urgency in the conflict, but also makes the soldiers seem weirdly fast. The game, knowing that this area is difficult, will continue to give you health packs and stim packs to make your journey a bit more bearable. It's also pretty easy to just run out of ammo in this section because of the sheer number of enemies you're firing at. Following the trail, you'll see her being pulled down a ladder, calling your name before you're kicked by one of the soldiers, pushing you off and forcing you to cling onto the railing. The game will prompt you about the impulse attack, which you'll then fire at the soldier to not be hit off the railing. The positive thing about this area is that there's actually no rush. If you stay in one section for a bit, it won't change the speed at which each interval of Catherine's kidnapping is shown, if that makes sense. There are essentially a bunch of tripwires that you're going through that are invisible, that activate cutscenes, and until you reach them, they won't activate, so she won't be brought any further away from you.
It's like a roundhouse kick. It was wild.
Going into another room, there will be a strange soldier that will circle you, which is somewhat disorienting, considering the other soldiers in the room will proceed to fire at you.
No, I'm gonna die, dude. Please stop. Why are you running in circles? Is this guy gonna run in here and just run in circles again? Yep, he is.
What's he running in circles, dude?
Choosing to ignore him. Look at him. He's
What's he doing that?
He's not very. Oh my god, he's alive! Look at him. Look, he doesn't know. He can't do anything. I'm dead. Fuck! I can't, dude. There's no way I'm dying this much in this part.
Catherine will continue to call your name out, the soldiers, unrelenting in their conquest, carrying on firing at you. You'll be met with an elevator that moves significantly faster than the others. Why the others don't move at this speed despite having the same design is beyond me. In the following room, an elite Spetsnaz will come in through the side and you will have no method of defense against it. The layout of the room is a zigzag pattern which requires you to take them out one at a time to prevent any deaths.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Dude, and he died.
A soldier will burst in through the door, allowing you a path out of this area. There's a chrononote in front of one of the doors holding the same sentiment as the last one. Quote,
"Do not trust the girl."
One thing to notice is how the number of notes that are in each section has greatly diminished in favor of combat. This serves the belief that they're purely expository, since, now that you're familiar with the world and everything it brings along with it, you no longer need exposition from external sources. You can begin to piece things together on your own using the information you've already been given. As well as this, the lack of notes is most likely to increase tension and, of course, increase the rate at which combat comes your way. Going up, you may be able to find a blueprint for the energized TMD equipment. Time will slow when you open the door, soldiers on the verge of executing Catherine. You'll have ample time to gun them down, much like with the QuickTime event between Borisov and Demichev. The chalkboard on the wall behind her after you untie her reads, quote, Murmansk, I really hope I pronounced that correctly, June 16th, 1949, Zemchug, hopefully I pronounced that correctly as well. Cargo hold to conversion. Chursky prisoner transfer preparation. Refuel plus maintenance.
I don't trust her. I really do not. I don't want to untie her. What? The Zhmuk jug.
This doesn't hold a ton of relevance beyond illustrating what this room is for. Following her, in the room to your left, you'll find two bioformulas. According to a guide for the game, quote, one is the defensive hero upgrade and the other is for either the forge hero upgrade or the armor hero upgrade. There's some level of variability when it comes to the blueprints, which I really enjoy. There's also an audio recording in this room, a man announcing that he believes all these problems are because of Demichev, proof that the islanders were getting fed up with his rulership.
I am the last of our group. As far as I know, I'm the last one alive on this entire island. I tried to get to the train, but the huge creature smashed it like a tin can. I will have to walk to the docks. Damn you, Demichev! All this death and destruction is your fault!
As you move down, a hunting party can be heard whirring above. Catherine remarks that the only way to the docks is to make it onto the train. You'll need to assist Catherine on her way up, a helicopter coming into view from behind her. More of Demichev's men appear as Catherine uses her time to fix the engine. Once the enemies have been killed, Catherine completes the fixing, pulling you up onto the car. Standing in the center of the car, you'll be able to harness the energy of it, the TMD visibly getting brighter, and giving you the power to restore the train to its original state. A longer cutscene will play, showing the train moving across the rail line on a narrow bridge. Remember the gargantuan phase tick from earlier? It smashes through the middle section of the rail line, causing a few cars to tumble down and breaking the overall security of the bridge. The cutscene will end, and you'll have a bit of time to upgrade your weapons, get a few health packs, and store up your ammunition. There are a few supplies lying around, since this is a boss fight. Moving through, the creature will reveal itself, hurling one of the cars at the car you just come from, and knocking a bunch of pipes off. Much like the last boss fight, this creature has small parts of its body that are more vulnerable than others. There are multiple ways the creature will attempt to attack you. The first way is through a simple stabbing, which can, for the most part, be avoided. The second way is by biting you in waves. Putting up a deadlock won't do anything to stop it from attacking you. In fact, it may give you a false sense of safety upon your first playthrough, since it could be assumed that the jabbing would be halted by it, but they're not. The creature will then get more leverage on the train car, pulling itself up and revealing more shootable places on its body for you to eliminate.
Stop hitting me, man. Oh, I'm dead. That was so anticlimactic.
The creature will begin to stab you 3 times at once, which can't really be evaded. As it continues attacking, more of the bubbles on its exterior will appear. When you've taken out all of the visible ones, it will turn around, swipe you with its tail, and move down below the bridge, first coming up from the right side and then the left.
Yo, how am I supposed to dodge that?
It will eventually come back to its original position and make you go through the motions once more. The damage dealt from the attacks don't quite reach the level you'd think they'd be. Sure, it deals a fair amount of damage, but considering that it bites you 5 consecutive times that violently, and that it doesn't kill you, it's somewhat curious. Shooting it enough times will cause it to fall backwards, gripping onto the edge of the bridge and thus the train car, pulling you down to a lower section and giving you access to the car ahead of you. This car has a few nests for phase ticks, which will abruptly pop out and explode on you. Catherine will contact you, asking you what just happened and stating that the bridge is on the verge of collapsing. The car is infested with these nests, so much so that it's difficult to visually differentiate between the phase ticks and the goo seeping from the walls. The phase ticks will come at you from all sides from their nests. Since the corridor is too narrow for you to effectively shoot any of them down, you'll be stuck taking damage for a second without being able to retort. The creature will peel off the roof of the car and proceed to attack you once more, requiring you to shoot the inside of its mouth. It'll collapse off the bridge. To progress, you'll need to revert the lining of the pipes to allow them to fall from the car, giving you a suitable platform to walk across. At the end of this walkway is a place for you to do what you had done to assemble the train, harnessing energy to target the head of the creature. It will begin to glow a bright bluish white color before fully falling off the bridge. The UI will vanish from the screen, still letting you look around the surroundings before a cutscene plays. Catherine congratulates you on successfully killing the creature, and the screen fades to black.
This is pretty cool, but this does not have enough ASMR.
Good job, Rico.
Stop! I don't want this! Stop!
Hadn't seen one of those in ages. Do you not care about your friend?
I just want to live.
Consider for a moment your circumstance. What the hell is out there for you to do? What type of world do you think will be created in 10, 15, 20 years down the road?
I believe a good one will arise.
Why would you believe that?
I'm honestly not sure. I think I might be a bit naive, but there's hope for humanity in what there is now.
It's funny. That's exactly how I think about it.
Your device. Think about what it could do for the world.
I have. That's all I've been thinking about. Day and night.
You could stop the war. You could be the change you want to see.
I believe so too.
The device has caused enough harm. Could you imagine what you could do with it?
Close. But you didn't hit the nail on the head.
Huh?
The game moves into a loading screen and transports you to being on the train with Catherine moving into the docks. Catherine, attempting to contact Borisov, is unable to due to a signal problem. She comments on how it was lucky the train stayed intact before a gate opens and the train comes to a stop. Phase ticks scattering away from it.
Oh, really? I did all that for that? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna die to these!
She orders you to find the Pearl, the freighter containing the E-99 bomb.
Glad we met, Reiko. It has been the most frightening experience of my life. You go ahead and find that freighter. I'll stay here and keep trying to contact Dr. Beresov. And move fast. Demichev can't be far behind us.
Moving up the stairs, you'll be able to find a chalkboard featuring a map of the Katorga 12 cargo arrivals. The cargo, of course, is irrelevant to this mission, but the map itself is useful because it illustrates that we're roughly halfway to the tower. After the docks is the processing facility, and then the tower. There's also an augmenter when you enter to upgrade your items. If you pick up a metal crate to reach the top of one of the shipping containers, you'll be able to find another weapon tech. My friend made it his absolute highest priority in this area to get up there, putting far too much effort in.
Awesome sauce.
Soy sauce?
I said awesome sauce.
What don't you understand about awesome sauce?
You're lying. You can't speak loud at me. I'm speaking loud at you. Dumbass.
I can do that too.
No, you can't. Not like I can.
What that can, people can play that game.
Yes, fucking Lord. Guess what? What should we do this first try?
I don't know what you're saying.
What should we do this first try?
You can also find TMD equipment plans. Using one of the crates, you can slide your way under one of the security gates, face ticks ambushing you in a swarm. If not dealt with, this will kill you immediately.
Basically holding my webcam.
I can't hear what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying.
You sound like more like so.
Entering the next area, you'll find a chrononote stating, quote,
Beresov has it wrong.
The plants in the distance emit light, revealing some creature crawling through it, out of sight. Pulling a crate up, you'll be able to drop into the next room across the fence. The tripwires of this area will come into existence once you're close enough to them, requiring you to fire them down. In this area, you'll be able to find a chrononote stating, quote,
She's going to die.
This certainly is talking about Catherine. Moving forward, and you'll be met with a very sapphire-looking area.
The game gets really blue after this.
How? Like sad or like
No,
the color?
like the color palette gets really blue.
Oh yeah. It is very blue now.
There's another chrononote in a shipping container, stating, quote,
It's still not fixed.
Referring to the Pearl itself. At the end of this container is another seeker, before a chronowave in the shape of an orb disperses, encompassing you and sending you back to 1955, back when soldiers roamed the docks frequently. Once you injure one of them, they will all be alerted to your position and proceed to take aim. However, the Seeker, the most awesome, sickest weapon in the game, will make killing them relatively easy, assuming you can navigate around the various pieces of construction equipment that have been left out. The time you have for navigation is virtually infinite, so you can technically fire into the air and then move around from there. There are less objects above and far more on the ground, making firing downward the best course of action. You will also be able to stay in one spot and fire from there, though the problem may arise that some soldiers have shields that cover the entirety of their bodies, forcing you into swerving the bullet around them or aiming for their legs. A shot to their legs, for some reason, will fully incapacitate them. It functions the same as if you were to damage their head. The game does not discriminate based on what part of the body is injured. When you've eliminated all of the enemies in this area, another chrono wave will hit and bring you back to 2010. These waves serve a dual purpose from a writing standpoint. First, naturally, to give you things to shoot in this section, and secondly, to instill even more sense of urgency, knowing the instability of the Singularity, and how it could shatter at any moment. Catherine and Beresov speak with each other about how the submersion of the bomb has made it unstable, thus causing the chrono waves.
Renko, I hope you're alright. I lost your signal for a few seconds. I managed to contact Dr. Beresov.
Captain Renko must have experienced another time anomaly, most likely due to the E-99 bomb. Submersion in the harbor may have made the bomb unstable.
So the freighter's at the bottom of the harbor. What's the plan now?
Simple. Renko can use the TMD. Captain, there is a damaged amplification platform on the dock. Repair the power cells below it, and you'll be able to raise the Pearl.
This area has a note to it, a ship manifest log to indicate that Demichev is unaware of the E-99 bomb located on the Pearl.
Shipping manifest log, October 15th 1955. Lena, departure, carrying waste, E99 ore, and statuary. October 20th, 1955. The Pearl, arrival, carrying steel, lumber, pipe, clothing, food, and entertainment. October 23rd, 1955. The Pearl, departure, carrying waste, E99, okay, cut out that whole last bit, please. I'm just putting in more work, okay. October 23rd, 1955. The Pearl, departure, carrying waste, E99 special ordnance, and statuary.
This little zone also has another chrono note, stating, quote,
"Don't trust me.
Whoever is contacting you has no idea how to orient their own thoughts." On the right is another TMD blueprint. The latter leads to a hallway filled to the brim with water and the tripwire plants. It doesn't take long before you're where you need to be, using the wheel to the left to drain the room of all the water. Now you'll be able to safely repair the power cell and put it in place, providing power to the rest of the region.
Raise the Pearl. Oh, am I just
You have to
waiting?
raise it using the TMD.
TNT. Oh, TMD.
I'm a creeper, Minecraft creeper, bro.
There's also another weapon tech in this room. You can go back to the surface to find another note, a foreman's log that can be corroborated with the shipping schedule, depicting how these people are currently being overworked, though are amazed at how efficiently everything is moving.
Foreman's log, November 20th, 1954. The third ship in 2 weeks has arrived. It's amazing how much is being brought to Katorga 12, and how fast everything is moving. But I don't know how long we can keep this up. The workers are tired. There's going to be an accident sooner or later.
Making your way out, you can move onto the platform and activate the lever, energy beaming from the 4 pillars surrounding it. This will give you the power to lift the Pearl from the bottom of the river, repairing it and reattaching all the pieces that had fallen off it when it had initially sunk. Zex nonchalantly hop across one of the cranes leading to the ship, presenting you with future enemies. Catherine remarks about the helicopters coming your way, which can be heard from above. Using the TMD to revert the hook on the walkway upwards, Barisov tells you that the effects of the TMD on the freighter will not be permanent as it's too large.
You did it, Captain. You raised the freighter. We can see it from here. Catherine and I are headed to the docks, but don't wait for us. You'll find the bomb in the cargo holds below deck.
Move quick, Renko. Raising the freighter must have gotten Demichev's attention. I can hear helicopters heading our way.
This is a positive addition because otherwise it would seem that Renko is literally a godlike figure with this pseudo-gauntlet. If he was able to move objects of this size on a regular basis, that would make all the fighting in this game superfluous. You ward off a few Zeks and the door opens, leading you to stairs. The walls toppling around you from the effects of the TMD wearing off. Catherine advises you that Demichev's men are getting closer, indicating that you may have to face them simultaneously. A chrononote on the wall expresses, quote,
"He sunk it. All those people, dead."
Something powerful brought this ship to the ground. Everything around you is gradually tearing apart, converting from its new state back to its state in 2010, that of complete rot from years of being underwater. You'll be able to hear gunfire, and Zex will be visible to you. Moving through the vent, a chrono echo starts, a man informing his comrades that there's been some kind of explosion. Next to you is a personnel roster on a chalkboard, along with the layout of the ship. It's divided into 3 sections: Bay 1, Bay 2, and the bridge. It can be assumed that you're currently in Bay 1. There's also an audio recording where the captain of the ship says that he's unsure whether he wants the bomb on his ship or not, since it's yet to be properly tested.
Personal log, November 22nd, 1955. We've taken possession of something Dr. Demichev calls an E99 bomb. I'm uncomfortable having this on my ship. It's unproven, untested. The bomb is dangerous. I've told my officers to keep everyone away from the rear cargo bay. Hopefully the seas are calm on our return voyage.
Going through the door and down the stairs, you'll find a weapon titled the Death X launcher. Essentially, it launches a grenade in which you can guide and detonate. Near this is another note from one of the personnel on the ship, questioning what the bomb looks like.
Gregor has told me that we're not to go into the rear cargo bay per the captain's orders. We've taken on some new type of bomb that is headed for Moscow. I wonder what it looks like.
It's rather peculiar because if I was in their position, I'd be more concerned about the safety of having a bomb on the ship and the fact that the captain is ordering me not to come in contact with it. This room also contains a weapon locker. As for the launcher, you can send it behind the blue door to detonate and blow it up. You must activate the generator to be able to pull the lever and open the locked door. I never really had a usage for the DeathX launcher besides when it was mandated to be used. The steering mechanic is neat in theory, but doesn't serve much of a purpose in execution. I'd much rather spray down my enemies rather than moving a small orb that, yes, deals a lot of damage, but feels a lot slower and more tedious. This next region is filled with a bunch of enemies from Zex to normal Spetsnaz. Once you fire through them, you'll be met with a chrono echo, a man screaming to be let out of his room that he's stuck in. Walking through, you'll find another chrono note, stating, quote,
"Move slowly, they're blind."
An indication that the creatures from the sewers are back. Retrieving the weapon tech, you can move into the next section. In one of the cabins to the left, there's a note from the captain ordering the bomb to be checked 3 times a day.
From the captain, you are hereby ordered to stay clear of the rear cargo bay. We have taken on a dangerous piece of military ordnance, and we do not want anyone to jeopardize the item in question. Designated sailors will be assigned to check that the item is secure 3 times daily or whenever I deem appropriate. For the motherland! Keep that in, keep that in, keep that in.
You may be able to find hero upgrade plans. If so, you'll receive armor, which, quote, decreases projectile damage against you. In one of the lockers along the wall, you'll be able to find another note, affirming the exoticism of the island.
My dearest Anya, we are just about to leave Katorga for the 2nd time in as many weeks. We have 2 more trips and then I will have to leave. I can't wait to see you and tell you about the island. It's unbelievable what they're doing here. All my love, Timur. So stupid. Oh my.
The creatures will try to ambush you from behind the bunk beds. Stealth can be ignored for this mission, as there's not many of them here. As long as you remain out of their range, no serious damage will be inflicted. A chrono echo will play when you move forth. A man slamming a door that will disappear and revealing an audio recording, having either the captain or one of the personnel concerned about the glowing aura coming from the E-99 bomb, with Demichev assuring them that it's perfectly harmless, and a chalkboard with the E-99 bomb transport preparation.
Personal log, November 22nd, 1955. Roman came to me this evening in a near panic. He claimed the E-99 bomb container was glowing, so I had to see for myself. He was telling the truth. There was a strange orange glow around the entire container. I immediately contacted Dr. Demichev and he told me not to worry. It is only the E-99 inside of the container. He says it is perfectly safe to transport. I'm not so sure. But we leave in the morning and must maintain our schedule.
This notifies us that the bomb is located in what the previous map titled The Bridge. A chrono note at the end of the hallway informs us to, quote,
escape before the ship sinks.
As if the being contacting us is aware of our location right now. By this point, you should be piecing together who is messaging us. Beresov contacts you to tell you that you're nearing the location of the bomb.
You guys are in the way. Oh no, fuck, let me out! What?!
This ship, for some reason, is also housing a massive metal statue of Lenin's head for some reason. I knew these were some patriotic people, but this seems to be a bit overkill, especially considering that when the ship tilts, face ticks come out from under it.
Is that a massive Lenin head? That's funny. Oh, no, no, no! No! Get the fuck away from me! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh.
Once you kill the few soldiers and Zex roaming about, you'll find a note which reveals why the Lenin head is on the ship.
Dr. Demichev is having all of the great Lenin's imagery removed from Katorga 12. He claims that this island is going to be the birthplace of a quote-unquote new Soviet Union, and we should discard the memories of the past. Now I have to spend the entire voyage making sure a gigantic Lenin head stays secure. He's probably just having his own head put on Lenin's body.
That was a really poor decision. That was a
That
really
was,
poor
yeah, that was
decision.
so dumb. That was so dumb.
That was a really stupid fucking decision. Why'd you let me do that? Honestly.
I was gonna say no, but like.
You should. Why didn't you? Wait, did you send in light of recent anti-attacks, we at r/ will be performing a group tribute at 6 p.m. EST.
Killing even more of them, you'll eventually find a very ominous chrono note stating, quote,
"He's coming."
A very vague warning that does not describe what the actual threat is at hand. Beresov will speak with Catherine about how the ship is beginning to submerge back into the harbor as a chrono echo plays, one of the personnel on the ship rushing up the stairs to seek shelter. What's curious now is that there's a generator that's broken, causing an electrical current in the water. Prior, in the sewers, you were able to walk through this without taking damage, since apparently all of the electricity shot into the creatures. But now you will, and fast. If you accidentally walk into this, you'll be dead within a few seconds, assuming you haven't fixed the generator thus far. Catherine, at this point, decides to leave Beresov and defend you on the freighter.
Renko, the ship is reverting. It's starting to sink.
There's no way he'll make it with all of Demichev's men there.
Catherine, stop! Where are you going?
To the freighter. Renko, I'll be there in a minute and draw the soldiers' attention away from you.
He believes that time has run out, though you still have an opportunity to locate and retrieve the E-99 bomb. Half the environment you go through by now is submerged in water. Gunfire sounding around you as Demichev's men reach closer and closer to your location.
Yeah, okay, wait, someone said, guys, I ordered a pizza and am paying for it with my own money. I'm doing irresponsible. I'm gonna reply, that's awesome.
In the server, they said that?
Yeah.
As for where they're specifically located, you cannot be sure. And sure enough, you'll then find the bomb, and the score will take over briefly, a short cutscene playing as you try to grab it. The instability seems to have been caused by it partially being activated when you find it. The personnel claimed that it was glowing, though it's far more of an aura around the bomb, rather than it simply glowing. It looks more threatening than simply a small place on it glowing. Regardless, after making contact with the bomb, the perimeter will close in on itself and make it safe for exposure from the somewhat compartment-like pillars it had been attached to. Your head swings around, and one of the supply crates drops into the water, providing you with a small alley to shoot out of and dry off. The sound design for the surrounding area gets a lot more violent at this point, appearing almost like the explosive containers are blowing up. However, that's likely the pressure from the water bursting in through the sides. Taking some items from the crate and moving around to the next corner, a TMD blueprint can be located beside the stairs for the healer TMD equipment plans. Despite everything going haywire around you, there isn't a proper threat in-game. Again, I have not tested this, but it can be assumed that you have an infinite amount of time to get out of there. Going through the door and trying to exit the cargo hold, water will splash through the corridor, once again submerging you and forcing you to navigate with your limited oxygen. The supply you're given in any area, in my opinion, is roughly just enough to be workable. It's in the valley between being too much and not enough. I, at no point, was legitimately worried about my oxygen supply, but it was still top of mind. When you reach a certain point, a cutscene will play and you'll move upwards out of the water, latching onto Beresov's hand and letting him pull you up. The environment around is very dark. Darker than it had been before when you had gone into the Pearl. Beresov affirms that, now that the bomb has been retrieved, there's still hope for the future. The screen fades to black and a loading screen plays. When you awake, the game notifies us that we're now in the E99 processing complex, and that it's still 2010. Because of the map on one of the chalkboards earlier, you'll know that the processing facility is the last location necessary to traverse through to reach the laboratories surrounding the Singularity. You're in what looks to be a hideout, ammunition by your side as you get up and walk around. When you do eventually speak to Beresov, he discusses Catherine and how he tried to stop her from doing what she did. Of course, she's the only reason you had ample time to retrieve the E99 bomb. Without her intervention, the Spetsnaz soldiers would have continued in and overwhelmed you. When the ship began sinking, she drifted down along with it, still fending off the Spetsnaz. That's where all the ambient firing had been from, her protection of you. Catherine is dead. He gives you an objective, that being to charge the E-99 bomb at the cooker, since it's not properly ready for deployment.
Ah, good. You're awake. I regret to inform you that Catherine... Well, I tried to stop her at the dock, but she wouldn't listen to me. She wanted to draw the soldiers' gunfire to make sure you escaped with the E-99 bomb. She was shot just as the ship started sinking. Catherine is dead. But we cannot allow her sacrifice to be in vain. We must succeed and stop Demichev. Unfortunately, the bomb you found is not properly charged. You have to get to the cooker. It's part of the facility where there is, or I suppose I should say was, something we'll need. Go quickly, Captain. Demichev is closing in on us. Please, you should go.
Catherine.
I tried to stop her at the dock, but she wouldn't listen to me.
It's Jover for her.
On a more positive note, the phase tick stew that he had spoke about back in the research facility is finally here. If that can be considered a positive. The area surrounding this looks very industrial, aptly designed for being a processing facility, as the name suggests. The score becomes audibly sadder in this region, almost a subtle way to mourn the death of Catherine. Repairing the bridge on the way out, an augmenter can be found below, and Barisov will contact you once more. He explains how the service tunnels, after the Singularity had exploded, were used as makeshift burial grounds for the dead, meaning that they're currently full of infected individuals. When you drop down, phase ticks will retreat to where they had come from, guiding you into the tunnels. Moving in, a growl can be heard and some pipes shift around, illustrating the instability of these underpasses. The phase ticks under here are relentless. At least when you were fighting them prior, it had been a decently expansive area, allowing you to roam around to attempt to find cover. Since the passage is so narrow, none of that is possible here. So you'll be injured by one, be forced to heal, and have a bunch more of them explode on you while doing so, since the animation for using a health pack isn't instantaneous. And you won't be able to revert the tick bulbs in time either, because there are simply far too many of them to allot an opportunity for that. Truly the most infuriating enemy in the game, hands down. And they'll keep coming, even when the bulbs themselves are out of sight. There's a chrono echo in the makeshift morgue depicting men placing tarped-over bodies on the ground. However, it was difficult for me to watch this unfold as I was being harassed by phase ticks. Can't even get immersed in the experience because I'm constantly being attacked. How it feels to be liberal in 2024. Near the end of the hallway is a chrono note, saying, quote,
I was a fool.
Once more, the individual contacting you seems to be very indecisive as to what course of action they want. Or rather, perhaps they know, but are frustrated with the outcomes being played out in real time. Along with this is an audio recording, a woman pronouncing that the Singularity has just exploded, and that this island will kill her.
I don't know how much more of this I can take. The Singularity exploded 2 days ago, and I haven't rested since. A few of the medical staff were able to open a triage in these tunnels, but no matter how many people we work on, even more sick and injured show up. This island is going to be the death of me.
Moving into the water, you can find a weapon tech and, of course, more phase ticks to be dealt with. They simply do not stop, no matter how much you want them to. The next audio recording is different from the others, so rather than tell you, allow me to show you.
My McGangbang is cold.
I'm not completely certain as to why it was decided to put a jump scare here. Perhaps to give the feeling that you really are sauntering through a morgue. And one thing's for sure, it caught me off guard when it did happen, so I guess they did their job.
Pavel, my brother, I must be the luckiest person alive. In 2 weeks I will be married to Alina, the most beautiful woman in the world.
Don't listen to him, Pavel. In 2 weeks, I will be the luckiest person in the world, because I am marrying your brother.
The audio juxtaposes the freakish nature of the scare. A man and his wife describing how they're lucky to finally be getting married. The final thing of note for this excursion is another audio recording. a man's cadaver laying in fetal position next to it, a blood splatter coating the floor below him. The man says he's tired, and that he'll wait out the creature. An explanation as to why the blood is on the ground.
I was leading a group of civilians to safety when we were attacked. I scared the creature away, but not before he got a good swipe. I'm bleeding pretty bad. The bastard is waiting for me, along with a mob of those crawling creatures. I'm out of ammo, and so tired. I'll just rest here and wait them out.
This also acts as an indication that a new type of creature will be making an appearance and is roaming these halls. Beresov assures you that Demichev's men wouldn't risk going into the E99 processing facility, making it theoretically safe for you to enter besides the aforementioned creature that attacked the corpse. And sure enough, when you walk out into the daylight, what looks like a tree behind a few branches bellows and crawls up and out of view. Much like with the first appearance of the Hulkzek, this creature, called a Radion, will be invincible if you start firing at it during this scripted event. There's no point in doing so besides being liberal with your ammo. You'll turn the corner and hear a snarl before the creature drops down from above, entirely blocking your path. These are large, multi-legged, dark green or brown, warty creatures. A ring of writhing tentacles encircling a pink hole makes up their back. Evidence would suggest that these are mutated spiders due to their arachnid-like nature and movement. Radions have multiple methods of attacking the player, primarily through lasers known as bomb lobs. What makes this encounter more difficult than it otherwise would be is that there are two of them rather than just one, simultaneously firing the bomb lobs at you. They require you to only fire your gun at them, as the impulse ability will not work. The most effective strategy I found is to send a deadlock their way to ensure that they don't fire any of the bomb lobs at you. They're most defenseless on their back, so if you're able to circle around them, that'll be incredibly advantageous. However, these don't negate the fact that Radions will soak up bullets more than any other casual enemy in the game. All that can be done is guarantee the slowing down of their firing rate, because they will fire continuously indefinitely. If they're in range of you, you're in range of them, because they essentially have a biological missile embedded in them. Beresov informs you that, now that you exited through the service tunnels, the cooker should be in your view, but before you can reach it, the bridge must be repaired. Going upstairs into the office, an augmenter can be found, and after exiting the garage and moving up the stairs, a weapon locker will present itself. Activating the lever, mechanics will begin whirring around you, though Beresov claims this will not be enough, requiring you to activate the hydro generator to supply the power grid.
Next, you'll have to boost the power with the hydro generator.
The platform at the edge of what will soon be the bridge looks much like the platform used on the train to reconstruct it. I have to wonder why these are even here to begin with. For instance, why would a train need a generator like this that can only be properly utilized by the TMD? The personnel on the island don't have access to it, only Beresov. Going into the side room on the right, growling can be heard and multiple mutants can be seen from behind a fence. You're given a Death X launcher, which is to be used to send an explosive in and kill them before you enter. Strangely, if you aim the explosive under them, it doesn't deal any damage. They don't even flinch at it. Rather, what you're supposed to do is maneuver the grenade to the explosive canister on the side and deal damage that way. I've seen multiple attempts at this, and sometimes putting the grenade in the middle of the mutants can work, but not always. So I'm not quite sure what the correct distance is for such a task like this. Once they're dead, you'll be able to move into another open area, infected plants swaying gently below. Contrary to what was previously stated by Beresov, apparently Demichev's men are on their way. You're meant to go into a discreet area with a cistern filled with water. At the bottom of this is a fair amount of loot, which I scolded my friend for going after, since I was in a mischievous, diabolical mood.
It's at the bottom. Oh my god, there's so many corpses. Is that loot at the bottom? Oh yeah, baby.
You're actually 5 years old.
Is it really being 5 years old to play the game properly? I don't know. I don't know about that, bucko.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Sounds like you're a fucking child yourself.
The hallway across the water adjacent to your location at the start features a control room for you to add more water to the cistern. making navigation across it far easier. The water comes from a gate which has now opened as a result of you pulling the lever, indicating the next location to move into. At the end of this hallway is another jump scare for some reason. I have a feeling one of the developers watched a horror movie or something of note before putting this section into development, and they wanted to get a little jolt out of the players.
Life could be a dream. If I could tell you. Oh my god, fuck!
The audio recording from before and this scare are the only times there is anything of this nature. Never again do we get such an explicit audio cue for something abruptly jumping out at us. Its inclusion is somewhat of a mystery to me. If you get stuck on any objects while trying to push through the water, your oxygen supply will get disturbingly close to running out. Luckily, you can make it out in time, pull a lever, and find another audio recording from the same man who said he was about to get married to Elena.
When the disaster struck, Elena and I ran to the safety of these tunnels. We made it just in time, but my leg was crushed by a partial cave-in. We waited for rescue, but none came. Elena left to search for medicine for me. But it was 3 days ago. She's not coming back. And I know I cannot go on without her.
He knows she's not coming back, and, as shown by the corpse in the noose, he ended his own life, knowing that danger was fast approaching. Swimming through the water and surfacing in a small control room, a vent is visible to act as access to the outside world once more. In the distance is the energy caused by the Zek's teleportation ability. Some creature out of view launching a massive door in their direction before innumerable more Zeks appear from thin air. The monster that threw this is new, harboring a massive stomach and tentacles flowing off its back. This creature has the ability to fire missiles containing parasites that can resurrect Zeks from the dead. This creature has similar health to that of Radions, if not a little less, so it'll absorb a ton of gunfire. Fortunately, it's not too difficult to kill them. Despite their health, they move incredibly slowly and don't really fire any attacks. The Radions were brutal because of their attacks, and the fact that they stood still was an added bonus, but these creatures will just nonchalantly walk over in your direction, something you can easily evade, assuming they don't get within range of you. Ultimately, not much of a threat, all things considered. Walking into where the Zeks had come from, the following room has nothing but a few supplies and a weapon tech, as well as a dead body face down on the table. Walking onto the catwalk, everything below you has been submerged into water. Borisov briefly informs you of how Demichev's men are on the prowl. The bridge across the water is broken, leading you to swim across and activate a lever to the right. A buzzer sounds as the water level gradually descends into the ground, revealing a few spare bits of debris and other industrial objects that had been of use. Perhaps it was just me, but I found this area to be a bit confusing to navigate around. It's such an open area with nothing specifically discernible besides the occasional passage. What's meant to be done is shooting down the padlock that's holding the box to the fence and going through some of the pipes below. There, a weapon tech and augmenter will become visible. Moving back outside and going back into the control panel, it can now be used to submerge the area once more in water. A box should now be placed in between parts of the bridge, allowing you to traverse from it to the upper catwalk. If it weren't for the chrono ping ability, which I, of course, forgot about when doing this because of the sheer number of abilities the TMD has, this would have gotten me stuck for a lot longer. This sounds like I'm complaining about having a lot of abilities. I'm not. Walking into the area that had been blocked off, a chrononote lays on the wall, reading, quote,
"We've tried already,"
conveying a nearly hopeless atmosphere. Furthermore, as you enter, you'll be able to hear a Russian talking, presumably one of Demichev's Spetsnaz, of course. The center of this room contains a lever in which you must pull, the Russian soldiers somewhere in the area speaking their typical recycled dialogue. They simply don't have that many lines to go off, so you can easily familiarize yourself with each of them, which is kind of fun. Ahead, out of the window, a massive spherical object begins spinning around in circles, flames spurting from both the front and top of it. Borisov briefs you on how the amplification platform is now powering up, thus alerting Demichev's men to your location. They begin firing through the window from the catwalk that had been previously walked on. The men are pretty loud, so walking back isn't much of a mystery.
Well done. The amplification platform is powering up now. Activating the generator must have alerted Demichev to your location. Return to the bridge as fast as you can.
One thing that just dawned on me while thinking is that the TMD absolutely can be used to remove the shield of the Spetsnaz. Why my friend and I didn't do this on our own separate playthroughs of the game is beyond me. Why I didn't think of this until now is also beyond me. These enemies can easily be plowed through.
I'm just saying, guys, fun fact about me, I have a deep
as there aren't many of them to begin with. Getting back to the platform, Beresov tells you to fix the bridge at once.
Dude, where is this fuck? Oh, there it is. Oh, I really hope I sent that to the right person. Yeah, I did, okay. Hold on.
Oh, calm down, Jamal.
Oh god, I can't get out of my school!
The visual for this is pretty much exactly the same for the repair of the train. A beam of light shooting from the TMD and caressing all the individual components of the bridge until it is one solid construct. On this platform is another seeker, allowing you to execute all the enemies at the other side of the bridge prior to making contact with them. This area is a lot slower than the others featuring the seeker simply because the enemies are much farther away here, as well as being contained, albeit initially, to a truck. They do eventually get out, but that doesn't change the distance at which they remain.
This is definitely not the speedrun strat, I'm not gonna lie. I think my speedrun's gonna be pretty long. I'm gonna submit it, though, so I can just be on the leaderboard.
Not submitted. They only have 11 total speedruns, and the fastest is an hour and 15 minutes.
Damn, that's still not that long. I could have beaten this like 2.5 hours ago.
Off to the side are small ladders that can be climbed up for health packs and other loot. They won't protect you at the top, but if you stay fastened to the ladder, these soldiers won't be able to injure you. On a side note, apart from the gameplay, I'm cross-referencing my playthrough with my friends and some others online. The one I'm using has the guy both not using the scope on the Seeker and, for some reason, switching to the DeathX launcher for this encounter. I genuinely have no idea why, but it's angering me watching this combat, and that's remarkable because I'm quite literally the most incompetent FPS gamer known to man. The ladder past the truck gives you a very open perspective on how many enemies are in range, making it easier to mow them down. In the distance on the farthest partition are two towers, both with soldiers firing missiles at you. Luckily, the TMD can be used to grasp this midair and fire it back at them. The best course of action is to let them stay alive and use the missiles to take out the soldiers on the ground in numbers. One of the dumpsters on this bridge also has another weapon tech. Beresov tells you that the way to the cooker is locked, meaning you'll have to find another way in. The small building off to the right behind the blue door has Spetsnaz soldiers attempting to ward off a bunch of mutants, which they're severely failing to do so. You'll be given another Seeker to be used to fire around the corner, as the mutants are gated off. This is the one time the Seeker doesn't need to be used with the scope, despite what I've just said.
This is a pro gamer move. This is a pro gamer move. I don't know what you're doing.
Once the mutants are dead, they won't be walking quickly and are all locked to staying next to each other, meaning that your aim doesn't quite matter as long as the bullet lands. This room, once they've been eliminated, looks horrific. Both mutants and soldiers lay side by side dead on the ground. It's a brutal sight to behold. To the right side of this is a lever to pull, a doorway lifting up and letting you further into the facility. In this room is another Radion, which can be taken out surprisingly quickly with the Seeker without you having to take aim. Once it's dead, the room becomes concerningly quiet. The score turns off and no growling or snarling can be heard in the distance. There's a pulley system off to the side that can be activated, or rather used, by reverting the object on it to a crushed state so it loses a large percentage of its mass. Going into the next room reveals some supplies and another weapon locker, guiding you into the next room, that being the coolant facility. The gas from this facility, according to Beresov, had detrimental effects on those who were trapped here when the Singularity went haywire. Progressing forth, a chrono echo plays, depicting a man screaming in terror before turning visibly charred and collapsing to the ground. The echo ends and a revert slams into the glass, causing it to crack. A chrono note reads, quote,
"I beg of you, stop."
However, we will not be stopping. This gas presumably has the capacity to turn people into reverts. This would make sense since the TMD has this same capacity as well, making the E99 the sole problem. Green gas can be seen emanating from objects around. Borisov informing you that a gas mask is necessitated to traverse this facility. In one of the padlocked lockers is a TMD blueprint for Field Doctor, which can, quote, regenerate 25% of health when not in combat. This will be useful to this area since oxygen is a must-have. Past the large fan are the gas masks, distorting your vision slightly and making your breathing a lot heavier. There's no oxygen counter until you drop into where the gas is being emitted from, at which point it promptly appears, everything being tinted in orangish color. However, the color palette does not apply to the reverts roaming around, who are now almost pitch black, making them even more terrifying than they had been. Borisov is concerned about how close Demichev's men are coming, telling you to move fast.
Oh, hey. Looked like a fucking Enderman for a second. Like, what the fuck is the Enderman doing in this?
The lighting is so weird.
Scattered around are oxygen tanks that will replenish part of the bar. These will be necessary, especially considering that movement is frequently thwarted because of the reverts. Using the TMD causes a glowing effect to display, something harmful to your vision, especially considering that the reverts can now blend into the environment. You also will only be able to take oxygen tanks if you're not at full air. If you are, then they will have to be left where they are, a feature that may become a problem if you move past a few, run out, and are forced to scramble back to where they had been. After killing a few reverts and going up the stairs and through the door, a chrono echo will play, a man screaming at a creature not shown to us. There's a vent in this room that pops open after a growl sounds, revealing in it some E99, but no enemy is shown, and the vent is visibly not big enough to fit a revert, so I'm not sure how that happened. This next room is really simple, but for some reason messed with my head. The objective is very simplistic here. To escape this quadrant, you must get through a door that can only be opened by pressing a button in a room adjacent to it, although the door will quickly shut closed because the power from the button doesn't last for a particularly long duration. This is the one point in the game where I died throughout my playthrough. To find the notes and other items, whatnot, I played on the easiest difficulty and forgot that this section breaks the internal logic of the game, much like how you could be electrocuted in some water, but not others. Anyway, the correct way to keep this door open is to fire a deadlock through the window after pressing the button, rushing out of the compartment you're in and going through the doorway. But that's not how I thought I was supposed to deal with this. You see, in every other section of the game, the deadlock stops at solid objects. It didn't even occur to me that it could go through a window, and I understand glass is see-through, however that doesn't change the fact that it's still a solid, tangible object. So what I did was click the button, run around the corner, then fire the deadlock, and then try to run through the doorway. The deadlock would hit the ground and almost keep the door open sufficiently, though not enough for me to squeeze under. And I kept doing this repeatedly until my oxygen started running low, at which point I walked back to previous sections of the map to take in more oxygen tanks until I ran out of my supply. The only reason I died is because I rightfully assumed that glass, the window you're looking through, is a solid object. Unlike my friend, I legitimately was on a no-death run. I hadn't died before this, and I didn't die after this. And I understand that if I put less thought into this area, that this completely could have been avoided, but it's still a bit of an inconvenience that I thought I'd mention. When you're in the next room, Borisov implores you to hurry, and a chrono echo plays. A group of men running into an elevator and leaving one of their comrades behind. He proceeds to then fall on the ground, and where he fell, a corpse lies in his place. At the back of the room is a rift which you can use the TMD on, sending you back to September 10th, 1955. Right when the facility was being evacuated for having a gas leak. You're meant to take one of the crates from this time back to 2010 to allow you to enter the elevator on the right. You're now right outside the gas storage facility, according to Borisov, the elevator leading you to a crummy-looking room similar to that of the one you woke up in after the Pearl sunk. Borisov provides you with another objective, saying that Demichev has created security outposts and that they must be shut down in order to progress.
The GPS shows you outside the gas storage facility. Keep moving.
These outposts are located along the perimeter of the facility. Using one of the crates in the room, you can parkour into a small vent in the corner of the room. This vent is purposefully long to play dialogue of Demichev's men speaking with one another below, mental preparation for the ensuing fight.
Demachev's men have set up security fences along the perimeter. Find an outpost. You'll need to shut them down.
They will not notice you initially, allowing you to absolutely rampage through this section with positively zero remorse. There are enough random turns and crannies in this area to both give you cover, potentially disorienting you, while also disorienting the Spetsnaz, giving you ample opportunity to sneak up behind them for the killing.
I'm curious what ending you'll pick.
There's multiple endings? You could have told me that!
Yeah. Well, you decided at the end, but I'm curious what you'll pick.
I'll pick the one that you influenced me towards.
I'm not gonna influence you toward anything.
No! I can't make my own decisions! Don't laugh at that! That wasn't funny! That was fucking stupid!
At the end of this is a, for lack of a better term, laser door that can be broken by dismantling the generator beside it.
I gotta loot, guys. Hold on. So stop and loot zone. I died from that?!
Chaos will begin to spread all around you once this action is performed. The following catwalk holding both the Zeks and Spetsnaz trying to eliminate those Zeks and failing. There are also many explosive canisters to be used. It's somewhat disturbing using them on the Spetsnaz since they scream out in panic, blurting out something in Russian. Any translators out there willing to assist? An alarm will blare as gunshots fire in the distance, usually followed by frightful screaming. There's another one of these Zeks with the tentacles. The guide I'm using titles them Spike Zeks, but that seems kind of inaccurate considering the flow to whatever is piecing off their backs. There's a door blocking it, and a small rectangular hole in the wall for you to shoot through. Spetsnaz at your side. This means you don't need to deal with the creature at its full capacity, simply just eliminate it. When you're done, you can safely go through the door, only to be greeted by more Zeks. Their teleportation sound effect will play very frequently in this area, even when they're not in view. Pushing away from them, the staircase ahead will have the infected plants hurriedly popping out of the walls from no specific location. Borisov informs you that the only way into the facility is to find a rail cart. Even more gunfight happening at the bottom of the staircase. There's a Radion in this area that must be killed, or else you'll be inevitably targeted at. Inside the garage is another weapon check once you've eliminated the Spetsnaz soldiers, and on the steps, one of the soldiers will drop an RLS-7, a, quote, military-issue launcher that fires HE rockets. I suppose the reason we weren't able to get this before is because the enemy that had it was located on a tower out of reach. If you had been using the DeathX launcher without its navigation functionality up until now, as a pseudo-rocket launcher, now you have a real one with a fantastic scope. There isn't much ammo in it, but considering the sheer number of enemies in this area, that doesn't really matter. They all have some distance on you, also meaning the reload time for the weapon won't pose as much of an issue. Going up the building will give you a better perspective on the gunfight going on below on the bridge.
Whoa, calm down there. Whoa, calm down, Jamal.
Shut up.
1% of the people watching will understand that reference, even if you cut it.
No, they'll understand it because I'll put it on the screen. But I will censor it the second half.
The Spetsnaz are trying to ward off the Zeks, and the Radions are greatly failing to do so. Doing damage to the Radions in the distance won't be doing much, since you'll never need to deal with them directly. You'd just be wasting your ammo. In one of the lockers of the next area is another TMD equipment plan. This time for healer, which allows you to, quote, gain health for each kill. And another note.
My neighbor, he is a pain in my assholes. I get a bear made from a fur, he must get a bear made from a fur. I get a can of a meat, he must get a can of a meat. I get an E99 Technologies, he cannot afford. Great success. Bro, I love this so much.
Not super important, but it explains why there's a teddy bear in one of the lockers. I guess this is the human-on-human conflict I was talking about. There's another RLS and spike shot on the platform. You can activate the platform now and be very slowly moved across the battlefield. The Radions shouldn't fire anything at you, so you can simply enjoy the view of the warfare. They will occasionally, but this shouldn't be that big of an issue. They'll only target you if you target them first. Some of Demichev's men may also try to fire fire at you. However, once you're at the end of the ride, the compartment will close and you'll be safe from any stray lasers or bullets. Apparently, according to Beresov, since so much E99 was processed here, time rifts occur naturally, an indication that the gunfights will switch between the present and past on a regular basis. Your objective is to go back to 1955 and find the cooker.
You should be inside the facility. So much E99 was processed there that time rifts occur naturally.
You open the door and are welcomed by an onslaught of mutants rushing in your direction. The rift will now be visible to you, though the cooker will require an activation code to properly be utilized. Beresov tells you that this code is locked in the office of Dr. Petrov. Lying on some of the floor is a glowing blue liquid, which can only be assumed to be some variant of processed E99. You take an elevator up and find another rift, allowing you back into 1955. The center of the facility has a massive spinning ball of energy with hexagonal shapes dancing around it. Parts of the catwalks are blocked off by canisters, guiding you into distinct locations on the map. In one of the rooms is a chalkboard depicting the process for isolating the E99 isotope. The counter here could also have a bioformula for the hero upgrade forge. You pull a lever to open an elevator and ascend further into the facility. There will be 2 guards here, and you'll need to destroy a device to open a door. Once inside this large room overlooking the center of the facility, the door will close behind you, a scientist spotting you and recognizing you as the individual who killed Demichev.
Oh my god, you're him! The one who tried to kill Dr. Demichev! He wonders you made a return! Security! The assassin is in my lab! All security teams report to Area 6C.
He calls over some guards who then proceed to open the door for you. There are canisters all around you that can freeze them since this is a processing facility. Many more soldiers will be alerted to your position, causing the announcer to broadcast that more are necessary to stop you. The room on the right has a bit more supplies, as well as 2 notes and 2 chalkboards. The notes are as follows. Firstly, Dr. Petrov finding that E99 is not the only factor in his equations.
The mutations don't make sense. The E99 is part of the equation, but something else is the catalyst. Damn it, we're running out of time. Dr. Demichev is looking for any excuse to cease what he considers mundane research. Dr. Petrov.
And secondly, a note indicating that E99 could be going through protective measures and have a strength beyond that of uranium.
Various staff members have reported dizziness and headaches after working with E99 samples. None of these issues were reported when dealing with uranium, though the E99 isotopes are like nothing we've ever worked with. Dr. Petrov. I was upset, at first, having to work on these side projects for the Katorga higher-ups. But I must say, the results are staggering. It's natural fauna that has occurred on the island. We just gave it a push. The latest batch of crops continues to show positive results. With the current rate of crop growth, we will far exceed Moscow's quotas. As for the school program, the children are responding well. The parents have begun asking why we need to be so strict regarding meals.
The chalkboard shows some mutations and variations, and has a diagram of the E99. The first of these would imply that the plants shown throughout the game are separate variables, but it's unclear as to how.
My friend just is DMing me on Steam.
You want to put that in?
I'm gonna tell him that, and he's gonna freak the fuck out because he's like a normal human being who's in school for medicine.
This looks like that place from Terminator Genesis. But I remember, wait, what was it? Yeah, it's one line from it. It's like you're nothing but a relic from a deleted timeline. And I was like, that's pretty cool.
That's pretty lit, bro.
Pretty cool
That's pretty dope.
That's pretty lit line. It's Mary Litmus.
E99 in the diagram here is very spherical and almost symmetrical on both sides. You can now take another elevator and descend lower. The door will naturally open for you after you've opened the lockers and looted them. Multiple guards waiting to kill you. A soldier will appear on the catwalk next to the barrel. Shooting the barrel won't just kill him, but also tear into the catwalk itself. You can now go further down, At this point, you may be running out of ammo entirely because of how many of the Katorga security group soldiers are coming your way. The lockers will help remedy this, but there are still small intervals where your ammo will run out and you'll be forced to use the TMD rather than your guns. Much like with one of the rooms before, there are once again 2 chalkboards and a note. The first chalkboard depicts one of the experiments on the plants, showing a both dormant and unfurled state with the caption written in red, quote, "Why?"
It's not looking good for me right now. Are you kidding me?! It got stuck in the wall!
The second chalkboard here is titled, quote, "Trip Mine," portraying another plant with the captions, quote, "Eject sensor fibers when motion detected, destroy cyst to neutralize." We of course know this from the number of them that have been presented to us thus far. The note here having Dr. Petrov gradually becoming more thankful of the push he's been given and how much progress it's resulting in.
Various staff members have reported dizziness and headaches after working with E99 samples. None of these issues were reported when dealing with uranium, though the E99 isotopes are like nothing we've ever worked with. Dr. Petrov.
You'll see a scientist running away from you, asking to make a deal with you to let him live. It's your choice to decide whether he lives or dies, since this is likely Dr. Petrov himself. This room has another chalkboard with the, quote, effects of E99 on food productions and how it's been beneficial to crop growth. Below it is another note, Dr. Petrov stating that his research will aid Moscow in ways beyond what they would have imagined.
I was upset at first, having to work on these side projects for the Katorga higher-ups. But I must say, the results are staggering. It's a natural fauna that has occurred on the island. We just gave it a push. The latest batch of crops continues to show positive results. With the current rate of crop growth, we will far exceed Moscow's quotas. As for the school program, the children are responding well. The parents have begun asking why we need to be so strict regarding meals. What they don't realize, of course, is how lucky their children really are. Dr. Petrov. Oh my god, and that's it. I finished. Fuck yeah!
There's an augmenter and another weapon tech in this room to use. On the center counter is the activation code, a disc-shaped object for the cooker, which you can take. You can open the door to the right of this room and continue down, a soldier tossing a grenade into the hallway you're walking into. Once you've eliminated all of them, you can move back to where you had been before and place the activation code into the interface on the platform. A cutscene plays with you placing the E99 bomb in its socket. It opens to the state it had been before when it was found on the Pearl, the top and bottom piecing off and energy emitting from either side. The glowing will get larger and eventually form what looks to be a miniature sun within the bomb. It'll charge, lock up once more, and be able to be safely transported. This, however, will immediately overload the cooker and give you only 60 seconds to successfully leave before everything blows up. To signify this, the core reactor spins even more violently than it had before, one of the hexagons shooting off at the speed of a bullet towards you. It will begin hitting everything in its wake, and when you find more soldiers, it'll aggressively slam into them and knock them to the ground. There will be an audible warning from the announcer to leave the building as the evacuation protocol is initiated. You move into an elevator, and once out, find a rift to enter that will take you back to 2010, after the explosion had occurred. There will be a chrononote at your feet when you enter, reading, quote,
"Again, you've altered the past. Again, the world has changed. Again, only we know it."
Really honing in on the guilt aspect of your actions. In modern day, the facility has been overrun by the trip mine plants described on one of the chalkboards. Things will crackle and break under you as you try to make your way out of the facility, the overgrowth cutting off sections of the catwalks and effectively guiding you in the right direction. You'll be able to see Borisov in the following room. You can prepare for the upcoming encounters in this area as Borisov speaks to you, amazed that you've made it through alive.
Captain, you're alive, and the bomb is fully charged. There is no time to waste. We must get to the reactor immediately. Let's get up to the rail. It will take us to the Singularity. Take whatever you need from here. and we can get going.
You can upgrade your weapons, do whatever you need, before Barisov tells you that the Singularity is up in the elevator. The game will move into a loading screen before your locations in the elevator switch. I don't know how this happens. I'm just going with it. We've now made it to the entrance of the Singularity Labs. A beam of light shooting into the sky, much like a tornado. The objects around it are beginning to be pulled into it, drifting around in the wind. On the right is a chrono note saying, quote,
"What's done is done."
You move closer and another spherical orb of energy comes your way, transporting you back to 1955 and having Demichev's men immediately fire at you. Barisov takes shelter behind a large pillar, letting you do all the dirty work in front of him. The first room will have an audio recording, a man expressing his faith in Barisov.
This is the audio log of Dr. Demichev. We are very lucky to have Dr. Barisov working on Katorga 12. He's brilliant and headstrong. Both properties I admire. I can't wait to see what he accomplishes here.
He moves forth and attempts to open the gate using the interface to the left, when the Zek with the blade as an arm slowly slices it along the fence as a threat. This strangely has the same effect as a chrono echo without the blast of white light, Barisov partially taking cover when he notices. These Zeks must also have some form of intelligence to know to do this, to know that this would be ominous. You repair the door and walk into the room, a chrono echo playing. Nothing particularly of note happens in it before the shifty Zek attacks you. What's lovely about this is that Barisov locks you in the room. He's unwilling to help you and simply commentates on the outskirts.
I don't know, he looked pretty similar to the others I saw. Do you need to get
that's awesome how he locked you in there.
The chrono echo continues to play as you fight the shifty Zek, and if you fire a deadlock on where the scientists are walking around, you'll be able to freeze them in place. It's an interesting addition that really conveys that time is breaking more in this area than it is in the other 5 locations on the island. The problem with the existence of a chrono echo here is the multitude of scientists that are waltzing around, making it difficult to discern where the shifty Zek is moving toward, especially considering its ability to teleport.
Where you go? How? What? He up and dipped.
Wicca, what?
What?
It almost appears like the chrono echo itself is glitching, playing the same clip of the scientists getting affected by something over and over while you fight. When it's killed, the echo ends, and Barisov will then walk into the room. I'm really grateful for his help. Couldn't have beaten the shifty Zek without him.
Oh, welcome to the room.
Before you follow him, you can loot the adjacent room, having a hero upgrade plan for Forge and a fair number of E99 tech. There's also an audio recording, one from Demichev himself. He's intrigued by the implications of the TMD and by Barisov's work.
This is the audio log of Dr. Demichev. I just saw Dr. Barisov's initial test of the TMD. A fascinating device that alters an object's time state. I never would have thought it possible, but it worked. A testament to Barisov's genius. This device could have some very interesting applications.
Another wave from the Singularity will hit and send you back to 2010, where a variety of roots have overgrown in the facility in the next room he leads you into, requiring you to use the TMD to spring them back into the ground. There are periodically false chrono echoes that affect the visuals, but don't do anything to the environment. You must open the doors, and the first thing you notice is a chrono note on the ground before you. It reads, quote,
"The plan is bad, but it can be changed."
This is the first hint at how there will be multiple endings to the game, depending on your choices. There's also an audio recording here depicting Barisov's inceptive predictions about Demichev, excited to be able to work with him directly.
This is the audio log of Dr. Barisov. Katorga 12 is quite an incredible facility. I can't wait to get started on my research with E99. But even more interesting is that I get a chance to work with Dr. Demichev. His theories in quantum physics were groundbreaking. I'm sure, together, he and I will accomplish great things.
Barisov states that, in his old lab, there's an enhancement to the TMD that will allow for modification of the timeline once it comes in contact with the Singularity. This section also has an augmenter on its perimeter. You push through the hallway and find a soldier in a running motion, though lacking movement entirely. He's also partially translucent, frozen in place as a result of the Singularity. Repairing the electronics to the door, it will open, revealing numerous of the Katorga security group soldiers stuck in place, all fighting off enemies in different areas. However, at the end of the hallway are soldiers that have yet to be affected by the Singularity, still walking around and patrolling, soldiers who must be dealt with. There's another audio recording in this area, highlighting Beresov's initial reactions to the TMD functioning properly.
This is the audio log of Dr. Beresov. The TMD worked. It was able to change the time state of an item. I'm glad Dr. Demichev was there to see it. He was just as proud as I was, but then he asked if I would begin testing the TMD on humans. I, of course, said no. Hopefully, that's the end of it.
These men can be plowed through. And at the end of the room, there are plenty more supplies to pick up. When turning the corner and entering the following room, a chronowave will hit and send you back in time. Fortunately, there are explosive barrels to be hurled at the soldiers, who, along with you, are perpetually in a state of slow motion. The Singularity is beginning to alter the gameplay itself beyond solely sending you back and forth across timelines. This also makes all the soldiers sound rather silly when they're killed, since the audio is both slowed and deepened.
Oh, he's jittered in his pants.
Yeah. He's quaking.
He's quaking.
Furthermore, there's an audio recording discussing how Beresov has hidden the TMD and a chalkboard featuring the E99 conversion facility.
This is the audio log of Dr. Beresov. I get the feeling Dr. Demichev is not finished trying to get the TMD from me, so I've hidden it in the E99 cavern beneath our lab. The radiation from the mineral deposits should hide the energy signature of the device. Whatever happens, I cannot let Demichev get his hands on my work.
There's a chrononote stating, quote,
"You can't change it."
This seemingly contradicts the last chrononote, which said that the plan could be changed, that it was still malleable despite what's occurred. When all the enemies here have been killed, the chronowave will hit again and time will resume to its normal speed. Outside is a larger view of the surrounding area, objects being pulled in the direction of the Singularity. It's attained its own gravitational pull. Beresov, when he contacts you, seems enamored by the Singularity and how it's remained powerful after all these years.
Find the TMD station and return to the Singularity reactor as quickly as possible. I'm there now. Wait until you see it, Renko. Even after all these years, it's still alive with energy.
Proceeding into the next room, below the steps leading down from the catwalk, more frozen soldiers trapped in time. As the enemies of this section, Zaks appear out of nowhere, teleporting in the room. Strangely, once they're killed, a chronowave will hit and the soldiers will abruptly disappear rather than coming out of the trance-like state they'd been stuck in. The game starts getting decently loud at this point, the sounds of multiple enemies going off on each other sounding around and clustering together. More Zaks will make an appearance and you'll be able to find some stimpaks located in the desks and some E99. Their elimination will guide you to the room in which Beresov found out the TMD works. A chrono echo showing him and Demichev shaking hands and being dumbfounded at what they've achieved.
It works! The time manipulation device works! We did it! Congratulations, Dr. Beresov. Incredible. I never would have thought it possible. Thank you, Dr. Demichev. Hopefully the TMD can be used to help the world.
This room also has some DeathX launcher ammo, and next to it, the final recording of the game, regarding Demichev's endeavors to secure the TMD for himself.
This is the audio log of Dr. Beresov. That does it. I found out today that Demichev plans on storming into my lab and taking the TMD by force. I've warned all of my colleagues to not comply with his demands. I can't even begin to imagine what twisted experiments he'd use the TMD for.
In a room off to the side, you can receive another upgrade to your TMD, making it a sapphire color and providing you the TMD amplifier, stating, quote, "The TMD no longer requires E99 energy and impulse damage has been increased." Behind it is a vent that you can enter, though I didn't upon either of my playthroughs because it wasn't explicitly shown to be accessible.
I don't know what the strategy was there. That was. Look into your.
Returning back to Beresov, more Spetsnaz enter the room, giving you an opportunity to use your new amplifier ability against them. Essentially, it means you can plow through enemies at an even faster rate than before.
See, this is the shit that I'm talking about. The homosexual rigmarole shit. It's like every time I come over, you have the proclivity, you know what I'm saying, to raise my motherfucking blood pressure.
Making combat somewhat easy. That is, besides the sheer number of them. Going on the catwalk, it'll become immediately apparent that rather than the majority of the Spetsnaz being normal soldiers, they're mostly more difficult variants, such as the ones with shields or elites with their more sophisticated armor. A chronowave hits, revealing ticks scurrying around on the ground. There are many of them, along with reverts. This whole section, simply put, is a bloodbath. Beresov will open the next door, a massive spherical behemoth ahead. After contacting you about doing so, your objective plays in large text on the screen. Stop Demichev. As another chronowave hits and brings you back to 1955.
Oh my god.
Once moving past the spinning reactor in the middle of the catwalk, you'll be brought back to modern day. This section of the game is utter chaos. You can blow up the enemies, use the impulse ability, gun them down, just about everything allotted to you. It's a culmination of every aspect of the game you've gotten up until reaching the Singularity. On one of the walls is a chrono note reading, quote,
"What if this is supposed to happen?"
Rather than talk about this area since all the collectibles have been gotten, I'll simply do a montage of gameplay because my friend's gameplay was mostly him complaining about dying and us getting tired after having been on call for 4.5 hours. Or I guess I was tired. Maybe not him, but I was exhausted, even though I wasn't playing the game.
It's a fucking machine gun. It's Machine Gun Kelly.
It's another day at Chuck E. Cheese.
Can I get another medkit? Oh my god, please. Oh. Dude, I was taken out. I was fucking put down. Holy shit.
You're like, how big is this guy?
He's fucking shattered! Did you see all of his fucking legs came off? What if this is supposed to happen? I don't know. What if you sucked my dick? I don't know. A lot of hypotheticals here. Surprisingly worked out pretty well.
Oh, whoa, whoa!
No, the Uber Burst!
The visuals really emphasize how close you're getting to the Singularity itself, and eventually you'll open a blue door and be greeted by Beresov next to the Singularity. Beresov informs you about how you're going to open a rift and tells you to use the TMD on the Singularity to initiate it.
This is it. This is where we set history right again. Use the TMD on the Singularity to open a rift to 1955. Then destroy the reactor with the E-99 bomb. Once the Singularity is destroyed, the truth of history will be restored. Go on now, kid. Good luck.
This brings you back to 1955. Soldiers behind you are distraught at what's in your hands and orders everyone to rush out. You place the bomb in its slot and the Singularity begins breaking.
No! Stop! You've got a bomb! The E-99 bomb! Everyone out! Get out of here now!
Once you turn around, you'll see Demichev and Beresov playing a cutscene.
Look surprised. All that effort to destroy the Singularity when all I had to do was simply rebuild it. Now, give me the TMD.
Don't rankle. We're missing something, but we can figure it out. We can still set things right.
Only the victors rewrite the history books. And you lost.
When the cutscene ends, Demichev pulls his gun up to you, prompting you to shoot him back.
This is it.
All that effort to destroy the Singularity.
This is what dictates the ending. What are you gonna do?
What was I supposed to do? Just let him kill me?
I'll let this play out in its entirety.
Only the victors rewrite the history books. That's it! The singularity is not the problem. You went back in time and saved Demichev from being killed in the burning building. Remember? He's what you changed, and he's what you have to change back. You cannot let Demichev live.
It won't work. You've already tried that, and failed. Don't you remember who else was there, Captain Renko? That other man was you.
He's right, Captain. You are the anomaly, which means the only way to correct the timeline is for you to stop yourself. You mean kill himself?
You're asking a man to sacrifice himself for something you've been mistaken about. How many times now? I'm not sure you're a reliable authority, Beresov.
Renko, don't listen to him. You can save the world.
So you say. But Captain, think about what you were before all of this. Thrown in the hive. I can offer you a whole other life. Things you could only imagine. At your fingertips. Give me the TMD. And help rule the world.
Is this a world you want to be a part of, Renko? Look around you! Look at all the suffering this man has caused.
No visionary leader is without his critics.
Renko, he is not a leader. He's a mass murderer, a dictator. You must stop him at all costs. Use the TMD and the Singularity. Travel back in time and kill yourself.
Well, that certainly sounds like an attractive offer. Or you can prove your loyalty to me by killing Beresov. And I will grant you unlimited power. Make your choice, Captain.
You'll have a choice between killing Beresov or Demichev, or, if you're feeling particularly devious, both. Killing Demichev is the good ending, killing Beresov is the bad ending, and killing both is the ugly ending.
Unlimited power. Make your choice, Captain.
Unlimited power.
Okay, I guess I just live here now.
You just kill Beresov.
No!
Imagine being left-handed.
Is she actually? Oh my god. And she's wearing her watch on the wrong side too. But is there other endings? I'm curious. Can I go back and check?
No, I'm not doing. No, just end the recording.
It's not done. It's not done.
This is what happens when you kill Demichev.
Military intelligence! What a joke!
Hammer 2-1, maintain present speed and heading. Copy that, Red Fleet.
I'd never get tired of seeing that!
Hammer 2-1, Hammer 2-1, false alarm. Repeat, false alarm. Your mission has been scrubbed, head on home.
Ha! What'd I tell you? There's never anything interesting here! Right, comrade?
This is what happens when you kill Borisov.
Chancellor Demichev is the only survivor of Katorga 12. Any mention of Borisov is wiped from history. With the TMD at your disposal, you and Demichev now control the Singularity. Katorga 12 becomes pivotal in Demichev's final push to remove all remnants of rebellion against his leadership. As commander of the military, you forge Demichev's forces into an unstoppable war machine. You even train some of the island's creatures in combat. You use them as a first-wave assault in all major battles. Millions are forced into slave labor. With the full power of the Singularity and you at the helm of the military, any pockets of resistance around the world are weeded out. Mir 12 proves difficult at first, but with the TMD by your side, they do not stand a chance. In the years that follow, tensions build within the ruling Russian dictatorship. Your knowledge of advanced weaponry and control of the TMD allows your support to grow. Some believe you are more powerful than Chancellor Demichev himself. Demichev recognizes this and begins a secret weapons development program in the former United States. There are even rumors he's created his own TMD. Conflict seems inevitable as the world once again finds itself in the midst of a Cold War between two superpowers.
And this is what happens when you kill them both.
With Dr. Borisov and Chancellor Demichev dead, the knowledge of E99 and Katorga 12 dies with them. You disappear and become a legend in the years to come. Most believe you never existed in the first place. The whereabouts of the TMD are unknown. Weeks pass before the bodies of Demichev and Borisov are discovered. The murders are never solved. The death of Chancellor Demichev was the first step in ending Russia's grip on the world. The USSR quickly dissolves into feuding factions all vying for power. Wars erupt across the globe as casualties rise into the millions. With their newfound freedom, Mir 12 grows in strength and influence. While they continue their fight against the Russian military, they also begin a manhunt for Dr. Borisov's murderer. To this day, they have been unsuccessful. With the TMD removed from Katorga 12, the Singularity destabilizes. A massive explosion destroys the eastern coast of Russia and stretches as far as the prison state of Alaska. A group of Katorga 12 creatures escapes to the Russian mainland and overruns China. There are rumors of a secret army taking over parts of the former United States. Their leader remains a mystery, but is said to be ruthless, laying waste to all who stand in his way. It is believed his plans involve world domination. His following grows every day. Some claim he is able to summon incredible power, as if he controlled the hand of God himself.
I have the power to instill fear. I have the power to be my own man when everyone else is cowering, and truth be told, it'd be a problem if someone were to find me.
What would you do if someone were to?
I'd tell them my story and get their thoughts. After all, it would be years since I last spoke to anyone.
Then what?
Then things become tricky.
Please, I'll leave. I'm sorry for disturbing you. I won't tell a soul.
I'm sorry too. I really did enjoy this for however long it lasted.